So I will call the meeting to order at 7:01. And I will look to, we'll have the approval of the agenda, and we have that the agenda for the regular council meeting, September 6, 2022, be amended by adding item 5.3, Michael Levin, Project Manager, Infrastructure, WSP, report dated September 2nd, 2022, regarding the Village of Belcarra hydraulic water model development, and item 10.1, Dave Warren, Belcarra resident, request by CRAB to use the Village Hall, and that the order of the agenda be varied to consider item 10.1 after item 5.5. Is there a mover for that, please?
I'll move that.
I see Councillor Clark moving it. Thank you.
Wilder.
And Wilder, Councillor Wilder seconding it. So it's on the floor for any discussion. Any discussion from council? Not seeing any?
Yes, I have a question, if I might.
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Councillor Sell.
I note from the agenda this evening, we are not following our procedural bylaw 593 of 2021, which strictly lays out the order of business at a regular council meeting. And when one looks at what our order of business should be, it suggests that item 6.3 and item 6.4, which concern the presentation of the OCP by the chairman of the panel, that should precede any report from the mayor and project lead. So I was just wondering if there's an explanation as to
Sure,
why.
there.
Thank you.
There is, and thank you very much for asking. I'm will note, as I've done before, I'll be recusing myself from the meeting. So that's why the variance.
So you will not, okay, thank you for that.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or thoughts from council? Not seeing any. I'll look to call the question on the approval of the agenda as amended, with Councillor Wilder seconding and Councillor Clark. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Note that it's carried in the affirmative. So thank you. The adoption of the minutes, regular council meeting, July 25th, 2022, that the minutes from the regular council meeting held July 25th, 2022 be adopted. I'll look for a mover and a seconder, please.
So moved.
Councillor Clark, thank you. And Councillor
I'll second.
Wilder, thank you very much. It's on the floor appropriately for discussion. Any discussion? Okay, not seeing or hearing anybody wanting to discuss. I'll look to call the question. All those in favor of,
Aye.
you got ahead of me. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and it carries in the affirmative. Thank you. And I'm going to introduce Leslie Cabot from Stantec, as well as Ali Tapar, and she's going to, I believe, introduce Ali. So welcome, and we're looking forward to hearing from you both. Leslie, go ahead, please.
Just before Leslie gets started, is it possible to have sharing privileges?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, Cunning,
Yes, I'm going to do that.
he's just
right
doing that right now. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Ali. There we are. Okay, that is complete. Apologies, Ali. There.
There, I am unmuted there. So thank you, Your Worship. It is a pleasure for Stantec and Imperial to be here with you today at your council meeting. We, as you know, much of this team and Ali led the presentation in June 21, like more than a year ago, when we first presented to you. And so we just are really pleased to be back, and I will flip it over to Ali. But first, I wanted to start also with an acknowledgement. So we just wanted to say that many of our team and the project itself are located on the unceded traditional territories of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, the Squamish Nation, and the Musqueam Indian Band. And because we are meeting online, some of our team are working from different lands, including the traditional territories of Treaty 6, Treaty 7. And as you know, I am down here on the traditional territories of Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam, but I usually have my home in Whitehorse, and those are the settled nations of the Kwanlin-Dun First Nation and the Tonquitchin Council, and the home of the Métis. So we'd like to acknowledge these territories and confirm our respect for the histories, languages, and cultures of First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and all First Peoples of Canada. Okay, so as I said, you have met Ali before, but I will pass it over to Ali, our project manager, who's with Imperial.
Thank you, Leslie, and good evening. It's a pleasure to be back in this forum, presenting to you today. My name is Ali Tejpar. As Leslie mentioned, I'm the project manager from Imperial for the Sasamat Lake Dam project. I've brought along a few members of our team on the call here today. Mike Gardam is here from our commercial team. Carrie Scobie is from our Imperial's Public and Government Affairs. Jared Enns-Rempel, he's our right-of-way coordinator. Joel Pinot is our engineering consultant, project manager from Stantec, and Leslie Cabot is the Stantec engagement specialist. So if you have any very difficult questions, please address it to them and not to me. Okay, so the purpose of our presentation is really to provide an update on the development of the project since we last presented in June of last year. So first, I'll just give a quick overview of the background of the project to refresh everyone's memory. Then provide an update of what work we've accomplished since we last met. Joel's gonna take over for a bit and discuss some of the key findings from the Stantec studies that were performed. And then I'll touch up on some of the key next steps of the project, and then we'll open the floor to any questions that you may have for us. So I just want to touch on why Imperial needs to progress this project. In August of 2019, there was an inspection performed by the Ministry of Forest, Lands, and Natural Resource Operations. In that inspection, they observed that there was some seepage from the dam and asked Imperial to create a plan to address the issue. Immediately, what we thought is that we could repair the dam, but after further review with Stantec, our consultant, we realized that it would only be a temporary fix, and it was important for us to address the long-term safety and reliability of the dam, which was the most important to us and our responsibility as the dam owners. Imperial also utilizes water from the lake for our operational usage. The dam was originally installed to allow for water withdrawal from the lake for our refinery operations. But since the refinery was converted to a terminal in 1995, Imperial's operational needs have certainly lowered. So today, Imperial uses the water for both operational usage and in an emergency firefighting event. Since that dam was originally constructed, Imperial has become one of many users of the lake, as the community has built facilities around the lake and surrounding areas, such as homes, the pedestrian floating bridge, White Pine Beach, the Sasamat Outdoor Center, to name a few. Imperial's responsibility is to really ensure that the dam is adequately maintained and safe, which is definitely our primary focus for this project. As part of the option selection, evaluation, and regulatory process, Imperial has actively talked to local First Nations and stakeholders since March of 2021 to provide information and understand questions and concerns regarding the project. So in a replacement scenario, we basically have discussed two options with the dam. The first option is, in a replacement scenario, it would be a like for like approach with the dam designed to the current regulations and engineering specifications required for a dam of its size. There would be limited to no change to the existing water levels. And the other option is, in a decommissioning scenario, the scope of the work would include complete removal of the existing dam down to the bedrock surface. And we would see the water level would reach a more natural state, but we would expect to see water levels reduce by about 2 meters. In both scenarios, Imperial would include provisions for a pedestrian bridge to cross the dam, which is in place today. Whichever option is selected, Imperial will commence the design process to develop drawings required as per the regulatory process. So since our last presentation to the village of Belcarra, Imperial has continued to work with Stantec to develop a series of environmental studies, which include an environmental flow needs assessment, flood routing impacts for decommissioning, wildlife and vegetation studies, fish and water quality study, an archaeological permit application, and a detailed survey of the existing dam. So these studies have really helped us gather information and data and facts about the current condition of the lake and the environment. Stantec also needs to collect geotechnical data to better inform the design work. That work is slated for Q4 of 2022, pending receipt of the archaeological permits that we're waiting for. I'm going to pass it over to Joel now. He's going to discuss the highlights from the studies.
Thanks, Ali. So this slide really condenses down some quite technical and complex studies down into just a few bullet points here. But so from the vegetation and wildlife side, we really found that there would be limited impacts to either vegetation and wildlife to the area immediately surrounding the dam footprint. Using some pretty standard construction mitigation measures for the dam replacement option, right? So work is really kind of focused around the dam area itself, and with limited or no change to the water level, really minor impacts to vegetation and wildlife. Long-term changes to wetlands and riparian vegetation with residual effects are not expected to change the long-term viability of local or regional wildlife populations for the decommissioning option. So decommissioning, as Ali mentioned, would see the water levels in the lake drop. However, there would be, with that, there would be some areas that are now, no longer covered with water, but there are some new shallow areas of the water that would reform into wetlands, and vegetation populations could retake and whatnot. It doesn't change the long-term viability is the key point there. Limited temporary impact to fish and fish habitats surrounding the dam footprint for replacement scenario, and decommissioning option, potential for temporary impacts to fish and fish habitat productivity due to the reduction in shallow water area, well-new wetlands forms. So similar to the wetlands and vegetation impacts there would be an immediate impact to the fish, but it would be expected to recover over a period of time as those new habitats form. And the environmental flow needs assessment of Windermere Creek showed limited usable fish habitat existing today, with minimal effects between the replacement and decommissioning options. So really not much change between those two potential options compared to the conditions that exist today. A flood routing study in the decommissioning scenario really did not impact the residences or bridges in the rainfall only scenario. So in this type of scenario, we're looking at a design rain event that would be similar to design rain events for that the Village of Belcarra would consider for all of their design, and other municipalities would use as well. So found no impact to the downstream residents or the bridges in that type of rain event. One more,
Thanks.
Ellie, or
Yeah, no, thanks, Joe. I can kind of go through this slide. So just wanted to go through the next steps as we progress the development of this project. So as I mentioned, Stantec still needs to collect some geotechnical data. We hope that we can get that work done later in 2022. We also will continue to meet with other First Nations and stakeholders to obtain any selection feedback that they might have, which will help us inform us on our decision. Once Imperial's talked to all the identified groups and listened to their concerns and feedback, then Imperial plans to make a decision later in 2022 and start the design process for the regulatory permit applications. Certainly, we realize that both options have pros and cons. We certainly want to make a fact-based decision based on the long-term safety and reliability of the dam, our operational needs, and facts from the technical reports, as well as input from all the various stakeholders. Thank you very much for allowing us to present today. I'll pass it back to Leslie to open up the floor.
Yes, thank you, Ali. So, Your Worship, that is our presentation.
Okay,
And yeah, so if you have any questions, we would be pleased to answer.
okay. So we have if we can, your discussion, if you can take that off, do you need it further for what you're doing?
No,
Yes, sir.
I'll stop my
Okay.
sharing here. Yep, there you go.
All right, and then we have, we'll start with council first, just to let you know. And then we go out after council's had a chance to ask any questions. We go out to the members of the audience, and they have 2 minutes to make a comment or an observation. Okay, so we'll start with Councillor Snell. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. A couple of questions that I do have through the chair. I noted fairly early on in the presentation that the water level is going to drop 2 meters for the lake. And we've talked a lot about the fish habitat and the effects on the riparian zone, et cetera, et cetera. What effect will it have on the human habitat that have got used to a beach, which suddenly, a sandy beach, which suddenly has a low tide, 6 foot lower than it is now? And of course, if water level is dropped, it's going to expose an awful lot of muddy circumference around the lake, which I wonder if there are any plans to, in fact, enhance that area to create maybe more beach area for the public. And the last question would be again, if we're dropping the lake by 2 meters, what is the effect on the floating bridge that goes from one side to the other? So those would be my questions. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair. And Leslie, did you want to respond or get one of your colleagues to respond?
Yeah, let me just ask, does anybody want to respond to that one?
I'll kind of start and then maybe I'll pass it on to Joel. I do want to clarify first that it's only in a decommissioning scenario that the lake levels would drop by 2 meters, not in a replacement. In a replacement scenario, we don't expect to see any change in that water level. So, at this point, what we're doing is we are identifying that there is a change in the water level. There could be you're right, there could be some impacts to the beach and the area around the lake, as well as the pedestrian bridge. Our studies do not include what the effect are to the bridge. We were purely looking at it from an environmental standpoint, and did not at this point. I have not looked at it from a recreational usage. Now, Joel can kind of discuss as well as to any of the studies if they've touched on some of the effects around the lake and the bridge as well.
Yeah, so the studies themselves don't focus, again, like Ali said, on kind of man-made features or things like that. But what we have done is collected the data to understand what the effect on those features could be, right? So we've collected some near-shore bathymetry data that would help us understand what that lake bottom looks like in those shallow waters. And those are the types of things that if I think the decommissioning option were explored further, those types of items could, obviously we've heard this concern, I think, from yourselves, and Metro Vancouver is obviously, the owner of many of these items, and they would obviously share some similar thoughts and concerns as you. So those, that data is available, and if a decommissioning scenario were selected, I think those would be explored further to make sure they're addressed before moving forward with that option.
Yeah, just to again add to that, at this point, we really want to understand is what's important to you, and by you telling, having that concern, obviously you're bringing up a concern that, as Joel mentioned, Metro Vancouver also brought up the similar concern. So, these are all things that we're noting and listening to make sure that we're making the right decision, not only for ourselves, but the community around us.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And Councillor Drake, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I would just reiterate Councillor Snell's point. I mean, I do think I would expect Vancouver, who of course is responsible for the recreational facilities there, would be very concerned about a drop of that form. And just clarify for me, that's what happens if you remove the dam. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's if in a decommissioning removal of the dam.
Yeah, I think
No.
overall, in addition to having to bring an awful lot more sand in there and have a much larger beach, I think the overall quality of the experience and the facility would be degraded. And I think I would expect Metro to have a strong reaction, but that's fine. That's Metro's business. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drake. Anybody else from our council that has a question, comment, or observation? Okay, not seeing any. We will go to the audience, see if anybody in the audience has a question. Not seeing anybody, so we will look to come back and to council. And any further questions or observations? I think my two council colleagues have captured some of the pieces on it. Obviously, talking about Metro's interest in it, but I know that that floating bridge is something that's very special to people in terms of what happens. And so we're really appreciative that you are picking up those comments and taking them under consideration. So thank you. So we have right now not seeing any more comments. We have a recommendation that the presentation provided by or Stantec. Did you have any other comments, Ali, that you wanted to make to close, or?
No, I think I covered everything. Again, I really appreciate giving us the opportunity to present today, and we look forward to being back in this forum again in the near future.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And we'll have a motion from council on the recommendation that the presentation provided by Stantec and Imperial Oil on September 6, 2022 be received for information. Moved by Councillor Snell. Thank you. Councillor
Second.
Clark seconding it. Close call there. And I'll look to call the question. All those in favor? Raise your hand and say aye, and I know
Aye.
that it carries in the affirmative. So thank you to Ali and to Leslie for your team, and thank you very much for what you provided for us. We appreciate you coming back again. So safe travels, and look forward to the next installment. Okay? So thank you.
Thank you. I just, Connie, I just want to make sure that when I leave, I'm not the host here, right? I know you took back those privileges.
Yeah, no, I only made you a co-host in order to share, so we're good. But thank you for checking. I appreciate that.
Ali, you are going to run this show. No, thank you. So thank you to everybody. And we do offer to all the people that present for us. We've appreciated you coming, but we also know that you have busy lives, so you're free to exit at any time that meets your requirements. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Safe travel to everybody.
Thank you.
All right, and we will go
Thank you.
now to, if I can, to number 4.2. And I will ask that Tasha Murray, the Executive Director, and Larissa Lau, Operations Coordinator, talk to us about this, the invasive plant inventory.
Great. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Tasha here in my office in Vancouver, and my colleague Larissa is at her home in Coquitlam, and we're just really thrilled to be invited to present some of the work we've been doing on invasive species this year. So just give me a moment to pull up my slides. All right, so just a quick note, the summary report that we're about to present is actually included in the agenda package for today's meeting. So if you want any more details, or if you want to refer back to any of the maps in particular, those are available for you. So today was back to school for many students, children and adults alike. So here's your 30-second quick science lesson for the day if invasive species are new to you. So invasive species are species that belong somewhere else on Earth. Many of our local invaders have come from other continents, or perhaps the other side of the continent. So the idea is they've been moved here, usually by humans, and they're doing some kind of significant harm, either environmental harm, health, social, in impacting the economy. So lots of different ways that they can sort of wreak havoc on many of the things that we try and do. So just a few of the local invasives that we're dealing with here in Metro Vancouver on the slide. Some of them I'll talk about in a little bit further detail. Our focus in our work with Belcarra has been on invasive plants, but of course we have other invasive things like insects and mammals. Any living thing has the potential to become invasive, but we're going to be focusing on plants today. So a little bit about the history of our work in Belcarra. So in 2003, we first completed an inventory of invasive plants in Belcarra. That is not a picture of me, but I was the person who actually did the inventory in 2013. I remember being on my bike, riding around, and an inventory is essentially a mapping project. So it's a time when we look at all municipal land and we take coordinates of infestations of really any invasive plant that is of concern to us. So we did the first one in 2013. And really since then, we've been essentially your invasive plant contractor to conduct annual chemical control of high priority species, predominantly the knotweed species. So I'll talk in a little bit about what knotweed is, and I've got some photos coming up, but essentially for some of our high priority regional species, such as knotweed or a giant hogweed shown in the photo there, chemical control is considered best practice. So manual control, digging, pulling, all the normal ways that you might deal with weeds in your garden don't work for these species for a number of different reasons. And so you need specialized folks who are out there that can do this work on public property. So this year we approached staff because we thought it'd be a good time to refresh the inventory to get a better understanding of what species you currently have in Belcarra and kind of monitor the progress we've had over the last many years. And so that's what we're presenting for you here today. And this is a little bit of a snapshot of sort of where we've come from 2013, especially for the knotweed species, which are really across the board, the highest priority species for all local governments within Metro Vancouver. Most local governments are spending the majority of their money and their efforts and their worries on knotweed. And so you guys are really no different in Belcarra. So in 2013, we sort of started this pilot project. We found lots of knotweed sites, but we just started with a few sites in a small area. But then really over the next many years, with your support, we treated a lot of the knotweed really hard. And then you can see kind of since 2017 until now, the number of knotweed sites that we've had to treat and the area of knotweed has kind of been progressively going down. You can see the area of knotweed treated last year was a little bit higher than in 2020. So like all invasive species, knotweeds and others find ways to reproduce really successfully, either vegetatively by parts of the plant or by seeds. And so sometimes, even though you might be treating all of, a certain species in a certain area, there's always pressure for it to come back, and there's possibility of spread for sure. And we've also been treating orange hawkweed sort of intermittently when it's been found with chemical treatment in Belcarra as well. So for the next couple of slides, I'm going to invite Larissa to explain a little bit more about what she found, because she was the one that actually did the inventory. So she was the one that was out there on the ground.
All right, thanks, Tasha. So to conduct this inventory, we surveyed all Belcarra roadsides and trails over a total of 3 days. All invasive plant species were inventoried during this time. During the survey, we covered 8.97 kilometers of municipal property. And during this survey, 247 data points were collected, covering 25 invasive plant species. We've also highlighted the top 5 invasive plant species found on Belcarra property, listing the number of occurrence as well as the total area recorded. And then we also wanted to mention provincially regulated plants or noxious weeds are invasive plant species that are regulated in the BC Weed Control Act, requiring all land occupants and managers to control and manage them. So in this inventory, we found 2 regulated plant species, common sow thistle as well as Bohemian knotweed. There was only 1 infestation of common sow thistle and 3 Bohemian knotweed infestations. 2 were on public land and 1 was on private land. All right, and then this is a map showing the knotweed found during the inventory, which is in blue, as well as the historic or past treated knotweed in red. And those were treated in 2021. So adding the knotweed found this year on public land makes the total up to 29 treatable knotweed infestations. And to reiterate, we did find 1 knotweed site on private property, but we are unable to treat that this season. It should also be noted that there could potentially be more knotweed on private property that we missed, or it just wasn't accessible or clearly observed. And yeah, that's good.
Great, thank you. So this work was completed in May, and one of the benefits of doing an inventory early in the year is that you can use the data and results to kind of inform what your treatment plans might be for the current year. So based on the results of the survey, here is the work plan that we devised with staff for this season. So we're continuing treatment of the highest priority sites. It continues to be the knotweed sites, which are typically treated 2 times a year. So a spring or a summer treatment, and then usually a second treatment sometime late summer or fall. So first treatments, Larissa already conducted, and then she'll be back in about 2 weeks to do the follow-up second treatments. She'll also be keeping her eye on orange hawkweed, and will also be spraying that if she sees any hawkweed. Because sow thistle is a regulated noxious weed, it was important to treat that as well. So that 1 site is added to the work plan, and that will be pulled. And then another of the priority species that we found this year was invasive ivy. And I've got some slides of ivy coming up a little bit later if you're not familiar with it, but tree ivy is a really high priority to manage. And so we'll also be including some manual control, so pulling and clipping of the tree ivy in October of this year. So just to review a couple of those high priority species, if you're not familiar with them, I'm sure if you are living in Belcarra, you may have seen them, whether you know what they were called or not. Hopefully you'll become more familiar with them now. So these are the knotweed species. So knotweed kind of looks different throughout the year. So this is a little bit of a timeline of what it looks like in the spring on the left here. And then in the summer, it totally leaves out. And then in late summer, fall, what I'm circling with the laser pointer is what knotweed currently looks like. So the foliage, the leaves, are fully out, and then there are little tiny flowers that turn into seeds, so they kind of look like white sprays coming from the place on the stem where the leaves are emerging. And then in the wintertime, the above ground vegetation of the knotweeds completely die off. So it's the below ground plant tissue that persists year after year, but all the above ground stuff dies off. And so this is what it typically looks like in the winter. And one of the reasons why the knotweed species are such a high priority to manage is that they're notoriously difficult to control, but they also are damaging for infrastructure. So they're things that you don't want growing near pipelines or under right-of-ways or perhaps near building foundations or infrastructure. And so across the board in Metro Vancouver, this is why knotweeds are really a high priority for private and public managers to be dealing with. So English and Irish ivies, I'm going to collectively call them the ivies, can be devastating for a couple of reasons. Ivy growing vertically, encroaching on the trees, is really the highest priority for management. It can impact the health of the trees and the stability of the trees, restricting growth, increasing weight to the branches of the trees, and also reducing stability of the trees and increasing the risk of branches or trees coming down in high wind. Also, the tree ivy is a major concern along Marine Avenue, where it's growing extensively along the shoreline, moving down slope from the road. So again, this is why getting rid of some of the ivy on the trees is going to be a high priority for this year. So in the diagram there, the map, that's showing the locations of the ivy infestations that are growing vertically along the trees. So in the legend, sort of the darker and the larger the dot means the larger the observed infestation. So these are some of the areas where Larissa and her crew are going to be working in October of this year. I just wanted to throw in a photo of the sow thistle. It's not a species that people are often familiar with. It's not really that exciting either. It's the same plant family as dandelion. It doesn't look like anything really unusual, but it is regulated under the BC Weed Control Act. So this is the one species where we'll be hand pulling. So hopefully after this year, you won't have any more sow thistle in Belcarra. So I wanted to close with saying that I think, Belcarra is doing an amazing job of managing invasive plants. I think you have the benefit because you're small in population and you're small in area compared to some other local governments. You have the potential to really win with some of these species. A lot of the work that Larissa and I do is really daunting and overwhelming. You can't ever know all the sites and you can't ever do all the work, but this is totally possible for Belcarra. You're in this really unique position that now after the inventory, you know everything that you have, you know everything that might be worrisome to me and Larissa, and we have a plan for managing what we think are the high priority plants. And we'll continue that trend. And I think at some point you could potentially be the first municipality in the region to be knotweed free, which is amazing. So kudos to you for supporting this work. And for staff for being involved and for continuing to support our council. So we're doing a great job. Some of the challenges that we noted in the report is management on private property. Of course, you're doing a great job on public property. We want to help encourage your residents to do good work on their private property as well. And Larissa noted that she found some knotweed on private property, but of course there are other invasive plants that we find on invasive property, including ivy and other things. In fact, one of the biggest challenges is many of the invasive plants that we found in Belcarra were actually introduced as horticulture plants. So people have intentionally introduced them into their gardens. Unfortunately, there's a disconnect in much of the invasive legislation in BC, and it's not illegal to plant, sell, trade, or maintain many of the plants that we know are invasive. So that's a real issue. It really behooves all of us to be familiar and aware of which plants are invasive and encourage residents not to be introducing those into their property. Also, we noticed a lot of dumping, again, a huge issue region-wide for all local governments, dumping of not only yard waste, but all sorts of waste items. But dumping sites where we find yard waste, which is shown in the photos here. So these are sites where Larissa noted dumping. You're probably familiar with these sites. They're cause for concern because it could potentially result in the introduction of new invasive plant species or reintroduction of species that we're trying to actively manage. And invaders can sometimes really thrive in these dumping situations and actually grow and, kind of spread that way. So yeah, something to keep in mind when you're making decisions about waste management, and just for your staff and residents to be aware that these are kind of some higher priority sites to be keeping your eyes on. And finally, I wanted to end with some resources for staff and for residents. So Metro Vancouver has developed this Help Stop the Spread brochure for invasive plants. You can get copies of it. You can even get it branded. They'll do this all for free. I can hook you up where you can put a Belcarra logo on the back or any information you want and have that brochure available in hard copy for your residents. We also have a series of best practice guides for 20 species, and they're the ones that I'm circling here. So when it comes to managing invasive plants, it really matters what species you're dealing with. So if you get questions from your residents, or your residents are trying to do their own work to get rid of these things, the best resource that I would direct them to are these best practice guides. So everything you want to know about your favorite invasive plants and more can be found in those guides. The growgreenguide.ca, another Metro Vancouver resource, is essentially a guide to eco-friendly gardening and landscaping in Metro Vancouver. Lots of invasive information there too, but also lots of just great sustainable gardening advice. And also we can be a resource for you. So besides doing operations work like we do for a few partners like Belcarra, our main goal is to provide leadership and expertise and support, and also education on invasive species. So it's part of my regular job to help people identify species, to answer questions, to do presentations, and really support people in them managing their invaders better. So the opportunity for us to come and do a more public presentation or to work more directly with the residents on some of these issues, that is something that I would love to connect with you on. So in closing, I'd like to thank Stuart and his staff for supporting our work and giving us the resources we need to get this work done. And of course, Larissa, she's the one out there on the ground largely doing this work. And thanks to Mayor and Council and to residents for your support. And we're happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And I think it's been very, very helpful. And your comments, Tasha and Larissa, have been very good. And I see we've got some questions already. I think council will probably have some. And there may even be some from the public. So I will go Councillor Drake if I could, and then Councillor Clark. Councillor Drake.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, first, thanks for all the work and information. I'm curious about the issue of private property. Are there any of these plants that you simply remove from private property, or is that entirely the discretion of the property owner?
Yeah, good question. So we personally, as a council, as an organization, we don't do work on private property, certainly not residential property. A lot of the other larger contractors who are doing work for local governments also don't do work on private property. So there's sort of like different businesses or companies that may specialize in that. I mean, many of the plants are suitable for residents to be working on their own. And as much as I can, I try and work with folks to give them the resources they need to do their own, sort of weeding in their own backyard. But yeah, to speak a little bit to kind of the legislative piece, I mean, essentially land managers are themselves responsible for managing plants or species on their own property. So the Village of Belcarra is not responsible for managing invasive species on your residence property. However, many local governments in the region provide educational opportunities, maybe a web page or some brochures, or maybe staff time, or often they download requests and inquiries to me. That's a big part of my job. But yeah, you don't have responsible for doing any work on residential property. It is within the capacity of local governments to enact bylaws to enable you to enforce the Weed Control Act. However, that is pretty rare in the province of BC. I'm not even familiar with that happening within Metro Vancouver. So it's mostly local governments using the carrot approach, you know, sort of like, we're working on our invasive species. We're encouraging residents to do that as well. And here's, you know, a website and some resources to kind of encourage them to do that.
Thank you. If I just might follow up.
Yeah.
I might follow up through
Yes.
the chair.
Go ahead,
thank
please.
you. Yeah, obviously there's two scenarios with respect to private property. One is individuals wish to get rid of it, and I'm very conscious of the knotweed work you've done, but to me it looks quite specialized. This is the one, I assume, where you're injecting the plants, or am I mistaking the species?
Yeah, you're right. So the challenge with knotweed is that it can't really be managed successfully manually. So the best recommendation we have is to use chemical control, which is using chemicals or herbicides to kill the plants. And because it's a highly regulated activity in BC, I recommend to residents that when it comes to toxic species or species that need to be controlled using herbicides, that they hire a professional to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
In some situations, if folks have good knowledge, and if there aren't any local government bylaws that would prohibit it, I might coach somebody through how they might be able to use what I call over-the-counter herbicide from Home Depot or whatever to manage their own weeds. But my general recommendation is that for the specialty work of working on herbicides, you definitely hire a professional. And certainly for local governments hiring folks like us, we have to have special applicator licenses and training in order to do it. So if you're doing work on public property, it's even a more highly regulated activity to do chemical control.
Okay, I mean, I think you've answered my first part of the question. The second circumstance, of course, is an invasive species that the property owner is very enthusiastic about. And if I take your comments properly, they can be encouraged, but the municipality would have to pass what would likely be a very unpopular bylaw if it were going to begin intruding into what people grew on their own private property. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, and one of the challenges you would have in doing that is, of all the invasive species legislation in BC, none of them cover many of our horticulturally introduced invasive plants. So ivy, it's not on any list. Yellow archangel, which was on one of my earliest slides, not on any list. So I'm not sure if it'll happen in my career, but the provincial government has been working on a holistic invasive species act, which I hope at some point will get enacted, which will probably make it a little bit easier for local governments to follow up. Yeah, my first kind of line of defense if folks are like, but it's so pretty, or it's for sale, it can't be that bad, is send them to me and I can show them impact photos of whatever species, you know, they're really interested in, because I've got stories about how devastating all of these species can be, and how many times they might look beautiful, but then year 10, year 20, people are often regretting planting these things. And so part of my job is to help educate people about why not to plant these things, even though there is no legislative reason to.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. And Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I'd like to thank you, Tasha, and your team for doing such an amazing job with this. Obviously, the invasive species is being a concern for Belcarra as well. So I'm very happy every time I see a sign that's being treated, and every time that I see you and your team around doing this work. I think what I would like to say is that perhaps you mentioned that we can get some brochures and perhaps even put a Belcarra logo. But I would ask, I guess, staff to perhaps provide some links in our website educational links that Tasha was talking about, just for information. Yeah, and again, thanks for doing such an amazing job. Thank you.
And through the chair, if I could follow up, I think that's a really, really great start. A lot of local governments, have pages on, interacting with wildlife and invasive species, and often what they have on their pages are links to all these resources, maybe links to our website, so they're not kind of having to invent content. It's already out there. I can help recommend some content for your website for sure. Or likewise, if you have some kind of community newsletter or another way that you disseminate information to your residents, I'm happy to contribute to that.
Yeah, we have a local newspaper and also a really good website that I think you will do very good to have those links up there. Thank you very much, Tasha.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilder and then Councillor Snell.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much, Larissa and Tasha, for your presentation. And I'm only going to be very brief. I think as Councillor Carolina Clark just said, educational links to the website, brochures, whatever. I see often residents dumping on riparian land, and that continues to pose a further risk in the bad weeds, whatever, can be regrown or what have you, rather than disposing of them at our ward or at Coquitlam Waste Tech, which is a fantastic place. And I think it's education. Your presentation was fantastic. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your continued work in this area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Wilder. Councillor Snell.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. My wife Anne found it especially so. She is the gardener of the family and was quite familiar with all the different species. To somebody like myself, it's basically just ground cover. And I look over neighbours' fences and I see lots of it. And I think, oh my goodness. Clearly, there's a lot of ignorance out there as to what we're dealing with, and education is as Carolina, as Councillor Clark mentioned, is the key here. And obviously, as much information as we can put on the website, the better. But perhaps I picked up on the fact, and I saw your brochures depicted. They looked very, very clear brochures, and perhaps a quantity of them could be made available at the village hall for somebody to pick up. So somebody like myself could pick up a brochure, look over the fence and identify what's growing there. Also, I think a lot of residents could appreciate a mail drop with only, it's a fairly modest expense to be able to send every single resident one of these, which would spell out the importance of eradicating a lot of this stuff. Two other things came to mind. I was making notes as we moved along there. Clearly we're spending money on the project now, and clearly we're not spending enough. So I guess you're quietly sending a message to council that when the next round of budgeting is considered, then we should be increasing the budget for the eradication of these invasive species. And lastly, picking up on the frustration of Councillor Drake when you're dealing with invasive species on private property. Again, a lot of it could well be ignorance, but I just wonder if in fact our good neighbor bylaws, pardon me, could not be expanded to include something to do with these invasive species, because obviously you are being a good neighbor if you can get rid of it. So perhaps it's something that for consideration down the road, if it is something that could be incorporated into some sort of bylaw without a major performance. And that's the end of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snell. Go ahead, Tasha.
Through the chair, yeah, just a couple comments. Yeah, interesting what you just noted about bylaws. I'm not familiar enough with yours to comment on how this might work for you, but I know in other municipalities, sometimes most don't have invasive species bylaws. They may have cosmetic pesticide use bylaws. That's often more common. However, sometimes they use creative bylaws like the unsightly premises bylaw I've seen used once in a while to enforce a residential property to be cleaned up. Probably there's other issues, but if there's, if it's overgrown with blackberry and the neighbors keep complaining, sometimes local governments will use other bylaws to kind of get at the same thing that they want some work done on the invasive species. But yeah, all great ideas on the education front, I think. Yeah, I'm in support of all of it, like some additional signage, brochures, education. I think awareness is a huge issue. And I think you're definitely not alone in this private property issue. I think we're kind of at a time where, probably in the last 10 or 15 years, local governments have really kind of ramped up their invasive management programs, but everyone's doing a pretty good job now. But I think at some point they're going to be like, great, we've got municipal property under control. Let's turn our sights to our residents and start kind of tackling the private property issue, because it's definitely a big gap in management across the region.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your questions. Do we have anybody in the audience would like to ask a question? Okay. Tasha and Larissa, I have a quick question in terms of you've identified what's happening on Marine with the ivy and stuff, correct? And that has a direct concern for the trees down there, correct? So what is that something that I believe you put in your report that our staff can be trained and is assisting? Is that a place they could assist on, or because of the terrain, would that need to be someone else?
Maybe I'll start, Larissa. Yeah, so the ivy for us on the trees is a big concern. One of the challenges with invasives, it gets really complicated. You guys are now all like, becoming integrated pest managers here, but our advice is never to just like pull it all out, because you need to consider like what's going to happen with the space afterwards. Is the species going to come back? Is another species going to come back? And in the case of slopes or where there's stability issues or riparian areas somebody mentioned earlier, there's potential safety issues, there's potential environmental concerns. And so Larissa and her teammate, when they're out there, they'll have to kind of decide on a site-by-site basis what they're going to be working on. But the priority is to get the ivy off the trees, which doesn't necessarily mean that we can or should remove all of the ivy at all of those sites. There probably needs to be at some point a larger kind of restoration plan for, is it possible to plant some native plants in place of where the ground ivy is? Is that even possible? Is it safe to do so? I know from having, done the work early in 2013, and I've been there other times as well, but yeah, the slope and the shoreline, there's a lot of complicated sites there. So it's not a sort of one size fits all management plan, but at least for this year, the stopgap measure is to try and get as much as the ivy off the trees as possible. And ivy isn't so fast growing that we're going to come back next year and all the trees are covered again. Some sites, the best case scenario is you just have to manage it yearly and just, kind of trim back everything. And for some of our invasive sites around the region, it's a forever project, right? You might get rid of it, but you always have to be monitoring and catching anything that's coming back, and that may be the case with some of the ivy in that particular site. Do you have anything to add, Larissa? Oh, and sorry, you asked about staff. I think, you guys know better than I do about what staff capacity is. Stuart certainly knows that, but some of the plants that we included in the report, certainly local government staff without expert training would be able to manage it. And that's something that Larissa and I could coach them through as well.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add, Larissa?
No, I think you definitely covered it, but I think this is like a good first step that we are being contracted and we're like taking the right steps in the right direction to tackle the ivy, because it does cover up like all of Marine Avenue. So it is going to be a big project.
Okay, thank you very much. And we've got a recommendation on the table. I'm not seeing anything from the audience, so I'll look for someone to move it and someone to second it. One of the counselors, Counselor Clark moving, Counselor Snell seconding. It's on the floor, and the Village of Belcarra Invasive Plant Inventory Summary Report 2022 dated July 29, 2022 be received for information. So any speakers to that? Okay, anybody from the audience? Seeing none, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Okay, thank you very much. The ayes carry it. It's in the affirmative. And I would like to thank Tasha Murray and Larissa Lau for outstanding work. We really appreciate what you've done. And I think your kind of your approach to it around education and helping people out is a very positive piece and fits well with our village. Okay, so thank you very much. And again, you are welcome to go when you would like, because I know you have busy time. So thank you. Stuart, did you have any comments? No. Okay, you're just.
I was just saying goodbye to Tasha and Larissa.
Yeah, good. And thank you for your work on that too, Stuart. Thank you. All right.
Thank
so
you. Good night.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you very much. I'm going to introduce, if I can right now, Laura Beveridge from the Pooney Group, who will outline the report. And it is regarding September 6, 2022, regarding West Road name change. So if you'd like to go ahead, Laura, please.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. So good evening. I'm Laura with Pooney Group. We're the village's planning consultants. I'm just going to speak briefly on this topic, but happy to answer any questions at the end. So as outlined in the report in your packages, correspondence was received and discussed at the July 25th council meeting regarding changing the name of West Road to Marine Avenue. And so this report, my remarks are just further to that correspondence and just outlining the process a little bit. So by way of background, correspondence was submitted by residents who live on Marine Avenue, who have had challenges with the West Road to Marine Avenue interface. And because of these challenges, they requested that the road name be changed. So staff have looked into it, and Section 39 of the Community Charter permits municipalities to change the name of streets through a bylaw process, which includes first, second, and third readings and adoption. So given that there are currently no properties with a West Road address, and that there have been both life safety and logistical challenges with West Road, staff does not currently foresee any issues with the name change. I understand this report will be brought forward to the next council. So the purpose really is to just provide an update on process. But that was sort of where we were at. There is an opportunity to do some public, it's not a requirement, I should say, to do public engagement, but if that were something that was of interest, there are sort of two options. We could do a more targeted approach, which looks just at those on notifying those via mail on West Avenue, or sorry, pardon me, Marine Drive, or a broader notification, which would include a post on the village's website and also an email out through the village's listserv, in addition to notifying those on Marine Avenue. So that was all I was planning to say, but happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. And we'll go first to council. Any questions, comments? Councillor Snell, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just a very simple question. It obviously is, it would seem to be a sensible thing to do, and there's really no problem as far as the village is concerned. Are there any ramifications when it comes to all the organizations out there that draw maps and their GPS guidance systems when you do end up changing the name of a street? Is there any expense incurred by the the municipality if it does decide on its own to change a name? Or is it just, is it fed into a database somewhere and everybody that puts these maps together just picks up on it? Thank you.
So I'm not aware of any major costs that would be incurred as part of this process. We could, notify places like Google Maps and that kind of thing to just sort of send a quick email out to let them know that this has been updated. We could also notify Metro Vancouver because they do a lot of the base mapping for this area. Belcarra also has a GIS map, so we could look to update that map as well. But I don't imagine that would be overly expensive or time consuming.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Any other questions from council on this? Not seeing any. Let's get a recommendation to move it if we have one. So
Moved.
Councillor Wilder and Councillor Clark. Wilder moving, Councillor Clark seconding. Okay. Any further discussion from council? If not, we'll go to the audience. Is anybody in the audience that would like to comment on it? Not seeing anyone, we'll return to council. And any last comments? So I would make the comment, I think that what's being asked for, I'm certainly in support of, and I think it would be a good piece to do. So look to, not seeing any from the audience, so I'll look to, in any further discussion, not seeing any, I'll look to call the question that the West Road name change report dated September 6, 2022 be received for information, and that council direct staff to bring the West Road name change report dated September 6, 2022 forward to the next council. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
And I note that it carries and the ayes have it in the affirmative. Okay. So Laura, thank you very much. And we're on to 5.2. And you're
Fantastic.
You're back up.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah,
You're
so
welcome.
again, my presentation on this topic is quite brief. But before I begin, I just wanted to mention that I'm joined by my colleague Anika Bursey, who is our GIS expert. So in case we have any technical questions that are definitely not in my wheelhouse, Anika is here as our resource. So as many of you are aware, the village recently publicized the online GIS map. And this map is a fluid document that can be updated on an ongoing basis. We've been receiving questions about the map, and there seems to be a lot of community interest, which is fantastic. The subject of this report is staff's recommendation to include lot size areas on the map. And staff believe that given that this information is available publicly through BC Assessment, there is benefit to having it included on the map as it provides a more complete database of information that's easily accessible in one location. That being said, there are also municipalities who do not include lot sizes. So if there were any concerns with having this information on Belcarra's GIS, we can omit it and leave the map as is. It's really up to each individual municipality to determine what they want to do, what kind of information they want to have on their own individual maps. But staff do believe that there is benefit in having the lot size information available on the map. So again, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let's go with questions from council. And then once we've completed those, we'll look to see if there's a mover and a seconder. So council, any questions? Okay, so let's go to anybody willing to move it or second it?
I'll move.
John Snell, Councillor Snell, second, moving, and a seconder?
Bruce.
Councillor Drake. Okay, so it's on the floor. Councillor Snell, do you want to open up, make any comments or?
No, I when the suggestion went out that we include this, it's an additional layer and it's information I think a lot of residents would be interested to have access to. So I fully support the initiative. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Councillor Drake.
Sorry about that. Yeah, just saying, Councillor Snell has summarized everything I wanted to say. Thanks.
Okay. So right now it's on the floor, and I want to at this point welcome Anika Bursey to join the team that's presenting this. So we will go out to anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment or an observation. I'll take a look and see if there's anyone. And it looks like there isn't, so we'll come back to council and it's appropriately on the floor. Any further discussion? Comments? Okay, I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and I note that it carries in the affirmative and the ayes have it. Okay, so thank you very much, Laura, and thank you, Anika, for your being here to be able to answer any technical questions. It went in a very smooth fashion, so thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Good evening.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
to both of you.
Thank
Okay, and so we're now on 5.3. And I will just, I'll introduce Michael Levin from WSP, who will make the presentation. So Michael, you're with us. Thank you very much and appreciate. And I know that you've done some work with Stuart on this. So Stuart, thank you too for your work. Okay, Michael, did you want to go ahead?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship.
Good.
If I could please have permission to share my screen.
Yes, Connie will assist you on that.
Yeah, just before I start.
Yeah, so just.
There you go, Michael. I just made you co-host. It should take effect.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Good.
Oh, just make sure I'm sharing the right screen. So if you can see the report, just before I start, I wanted to thank Sanwell Gulani, who's on the line with us as well. She was a junior engineer with WSP and a major contributor to the report. So I wanted to thank her for all her work, and Stuart Novak as well. Stuart, did you want to start by saying any words, or can I just jump in and start summarizing the work we've done in the report?
Actually, no, you might as well go. I was actually prepared to introduce you, but you're already speaking, so you might as well just go ahead.
Okay, sure, thank you. So apologies, I don't have a presentation to accompany the report, but I thought I would just go through the report, highlight the key sections and the major findings. So without further ado, the Village of Belcarra Hydraulic Water Model Development Report. So starting off with section 1, just outlining the purpose and the scope of work. So we were retained by the village to develop the hydraulic water model as a planning tool that would help identify where there might be deficiencies in the water network, and then provide recommendations on further studies to identify what upgrades and mitigation strategies might address the issues found in the existing system.
Hi, Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just speak up a little more? I'm having a hard time hearing you. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. Sorry.
Is that better for you, Councillor Clark?
I will try. When he says something else, then then I'll know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, so just as mentioned, we developed this hydraulic model to identify where there might be deficiencies in the existing network, and then provide next steps for further studies on how to address any issues that were found through this exercise. So the scope of work was to gather and review all of the available information on the water supply system, calibrate the model to reflect real world conditions, and then run a number of different scenarios, stress testing it against design criteria to see how it stacks up against desired levels of service. So just on the data collection and information review side, a lot of the data was collected working closely with the Village of Belcarra So collecting available record drawings of key facilities like the Tatlow Reservoir and Pump Station, getting our hands on the Metro Vancouver Water Consumption Statistics Report, as well as water consumption readings from the District of North Vancouver and from Bell-Cara Parks. So this was all the data collated in developing the model. So section 2 summarizes the existing water system. What are the key assets? I think it might be helpful if I just scroll to the overview map. So this was a map developed by Opus, well, by WSP when we were Opus, but it's an overview of the water system. So just a refresher, water supply from the District of North Vancouver via the marine pipelines, feeding the supply main that goes all the way up to the Tatlow Reservoir. From there, feeding a high pressure zone via the pumps, and also by gravity to the rest of the network. So this was all recreated in the WaterCAD model software, as accurate as possible, a representation of the existing network. And before I go further on the model development, I'll just briefly highlight the design criteria that we used to evaluate the hydraulic model. So some of the key parameters that we looked at, and this is all based on Master Municipal Director Design Guidelines, as well as the Village of Bell-Cara Waterworks bylaw and the Subdivision Development bylaw. So some of the key parameters around minimum and maximum pressures during peak consumption periods and off-peak consumption periods. We also consider fire flows as a major design criteria, broken down by different land use types, although noting that most of the village would fall under the residential single family lot fire flow requirements of 6 liters per second for a duration of 1.5 hours. Although we do note that the municipal hall would fall under institutional 90 liter per second requirement for 2 hours, which is the governing fire flow for the overall network. Per capita demands, so this is the water consumption per person. This is taken straight from the village bylaw. This was used in helping develop the water demands loaded into the model. Hayes and Williams C factors, this plays a bigger role. I'll get into it later when we talk about calibration, but just the roughness factor on the pipe. So the lower the number, the older and more degraded the pipe is, the more losses you see due to friction. And then lastly, a big component that we looked at was storage tank volume requirements. So in the design and evaluation of storage tanks, there's 3 major components that we'll walk through a little bit later on. Those being fire storage. So depending on the governing fire flow, which again is 90 liters per second for 2 hours, what that volume equals. And then on top of that, equalization storage, it's 25% of your maximum day demand. So your hottest summer day, how much water you use that day, 25% of that just for balancing. And then C being emergency storage, another 25% surcharge on top of that, just have in the bank there. Okay, so we'll walk through section 4, which was on the model and scenario development. So the model was developed in WaterCAD. It's a fairly user-friendly modeling software that's widely used, but it's built on top of this EPANet engine. They're quite forwards and backwards compatible. So we'll be delivering the final model in EPANet to the village. And then the village will have ownership of that. They'll be able to run their own analysis as they desire. We'll also hold and maintain both versions of the model and be happy to assist the village with any further analysis in the future. So just to briefly speak on the key components of the model. So just on junctions, I think the more important thing to note here is that there's currently 35 hydrants in the Bell-Cara water distribution system. Those have all been reproduced on the main line in the model. And we paid special attention to those when we were looking at the fire flow analysis. The pipes in the network, again, reproduced based on the record drawings and the GIS data that we had. And I'll speak again about the roughness coefficients and their impact on the model calibration. Just to note that the majority of the water mains are ductile iron pipes and 200 millimeters in diameter, with some 17% of the network being smaller 150 mil pipe. Reservoirs in the modeling lingo, reservoirs and tanks are slightly different. I might use the terms interchangeably, but just for the sake of reservoirs in the hydraulic model, it just represents a raw water source, so it's used as a boundary condition. So that's the water supply source from the DNV with a static water level of 107 meters. That's the supply energy level or HDL that's supplied by the DNV according to the agreement in place. And then tanks, so those are made to represent actual storage in the distribution system. There's one active storage reservoir, that's the Tallow Reservoir, as we discussed. So that's been recreated in the model, top water level of 88.5 meters, capacity of close to 60,000 imperial gallons, or 0.27 megaliters, that's a million liters. So we reviewed all the tank information as available. And just to note here that as we were working through the model build, we discussed with the village that the design life of the Tallow Reservoir is currently estimated to be 50 years. However, we recommend a detailed condition assessment be completed, determine its current state and estimated remaining service life. And we're currently in talks with village staff. I've had some discussions with stewards, what the condition assessment plan might look like and how to best move forward, taking into account the unique circumstances of the site, mainly the difficult and steep terrain in the area. So on the scenario development side, there's three main model scenarios to consider. And again, this is all based on the design criteria from MMCD and from the village bylaws. So we look at average day demand, max day demand, and peak hour demand. So average day, this is the average demand in a year, regardless of the season. It's useful for looking at historic demands and patterns and assessing maximum service pressures. The lower the demand on the network, the higher the pressures in the network. So what we found was that looking at the consumption data from the district of North Vancouver and from the parks meter between 2016 and 2021, the highest water consumption year was 2020. And it was interesting to note that the calculated average day demand in 2020 is actually 7% higher than what you would get if you use strictly the 500 liters per capita per day bylaw rate. Typically, bylaw rates are more conservative than what you see in actual consumption. So I think this just points to the fact that 2020 was a weird year. Everyone's staying at home due to COVID. So it could be the correlation to the higher water usage noted. 2021 did have a slightly lower per capita demand. So just to note here that we use 2020 as the representative year in the model just for the sake of being conservative. But we definitely recommend that moving forward, as you collect more annual consumption data, maybe in 2 or 3 years time, it'd be worth revisiting and seeing if 2020 was an outlier. And maybe it's worthwhile to set the average day demand to a lower rate or revisit the bylaw rates, see if they need to be increased. But that's kind of a long-term recommendation. And then demands in the water model were proportionally assigned to each parcel. So taking the total average day demand, that was all proportionally split amongst all the parcels in the network, amongst all the residential lots, and then specifically allocated to the municipal hall and 3 regional lot parcels. Maximum day demand, another key parameter and scenario that we look at. That's the highest consumption day of the year. So that's useful for looking at fire flow analysis. There is currently a lack of daily flow data. It's not, you can see it through SCADA on a day-by-day basis, but it's not stored historically. So in lieu of using the calculated max day demand, we applied the village's current design standards. So a factor of 2 was applied to ADD for conservative measure. So that resulted in an MDD of 8.3 liters per second. one of the recommendations going forward, and something we're working on with our SCADA team is figuring out how that we can start recording and storing the daily flow data. Similar story for peak hour demand. So that's the highest consumption hour of the highest consumption day. So again, that's based on design bylaws, that's 4 times your average day demand. So it's a very conservative scenario used for looking at low pressures in the system. And again, there's no current hourly flow data. That's something that could be factored in the future. Just have to be a case of looking at best way to do that through the SCADA network. But using the village's bylaw rates, that resulted in a PHD of 16, almost close to 17 liters per second. Okay, so now that we have the model built, and thank you for we're through here, we need to test it to make sure that it can actually replicate real world conditions. So the way we do that is by hydrant flow testing. We crack open hydrants, log pressures and flows, and try to see if the model can recreate the field measurements. So I think there were 2 kinds of tests done, a multi-factor test and C-factor test. I'll just skip through to the figure to illustrate exactly what kind of testing this was. So the first test was this multi-hydrant test set. If you'll just let me go to the appendices. This figure summarizes exactly what was done. So we put 4 digital loggers on hydrants in the village, locations S1, 2, 3, and 4. So those are continuously reading on a second-by-second basis the pressure at that hydrant. And then we would go in sequence opening and closing hydrants to flow from them. So we would flow from this hydrant for 5 minutes, close it, let pressures go back up to normal, flow again at second hydrant, close that, wait 5 minutes, and then flow again at the third. So what that does is it stresses the system and it gives us multiple data points. It gives us the pressures at those digital readings before and after a hydrant test. So we did this at the peak of the summer, stressing the system, and I appreciate the village's patience while we ran out this test over 1 day. But it gave us quite useful data in terms of stressing the system to see whether or not we could replicate those results in the model. And then the second round of testing that we did was C-factor testing. So this is a simpler sort of testing. It essentially just, you have loggers on 2 hydrants on a straight stretch of pipe. You flow from one end and you record the flow and pressure loss between the 2 sections of pipe. And then knowing that, you can calculate what the roughness of that pipe is. So it gives us a kind of indication of what the state of the pipe is at the 4 key locations throughout the system. On the calibration parameters, the most important thing to note here is that we looked at the SCADA background demand for that day. We noted it was 60% higher than average day demand, which makes sense because we were flowing at the height of July in the summertime. So we just adjusted the demands in the model to make sure that the background demand was at the level that we were before we started flowing the hydrants. Hopefully that makes sense. So in terms of the results of the calibration exercise, what we found for the C-factor testing of the 4 tests that we did, 2 unfortunately were inconclusive. But of the 2 that we did have, in one being on the gravity section and one being on the high pressure zone, we found good correlation in the results with our calibrated roughness factors. One thing we did suspect though is that for the flow hydrant test, it's that one along Turtlehead Road. It's on a dead end section of pipe. It was experiencing low flow, and it's possible that there's tuberculation, which is the accumulation of sediment buildup. So this happens on dead end pipes under low flow conditions. So what we did was we reduced the diameter of that pipe by 10% of the model to account for that possible tuberculation, something to be confirmed by a village operations staff. But it's not an unexpected result. I think it's pretty typical to see. in low demand systems at dead ends, then you might have some tuberculation, especially along iron pipes. And on the multi-pressure field calibration results, so I'll just show you the before and after. So this is the results using the C factors, the roughness coefficients in the village bylaws. And what these red negative numbers indicate is that the model was overestimating or being overly conservative. So based on the C factors in the design bylaw, there was just too much pressure loss in the water network. So adjusting those C factors up a bit got the results back up. This is kind of a bit of a typical result. Design bylaws are always a bit more conservative than what you would see in the field. Certainly don't recommend any changes at this point. There's a bit of factor safety built into the design bylaw roughness coefficients. So if you have something built tomorrow, in 30, 40 years, when that pipe's been degraded, you'll still have a bit of buffer room in terms of available losses that are acceptable through that pipe. But just to note that we adjusted the global model parameters to be a bit less conservative, but more representative of the field conditions that we recorded. Okay, so onto the fun stuff, the hydraulic analysis, so the actual results of the analysis that we did. So starting off with the maximum pressures that we noted during average day demand. So again, during low demand periods, what are the highest pressures in the network? We did find just under 3% of the nodes in the network had pressures higher than 120 PSI. But all of these were on the supply line from Minden Station to the Tatlow Reservoir. So as such, the pressure exceedances are considered acceptable since they're not directly servicing properties. And then all of the other zones within the network were in compliance with service pressure requirements. And of those exceedances above 120 PSI, none of them were higher than 150 PSI. So you're still in a fairly acceptable range according to typical design standards. Just to illustrate here on the map what the pressures during average day demand look like. So those exceedances over 120 PSI, see here all close to the Minden Road station coming off the marine pipeline. Conversely, looking at minimum pressures during peak hour demand, we noticed just over close to 18% of the network had nodes that had less than 40 PSI. So these would be considered pressure deficient. Majorities of these occur again along the supply line from Minden Station to the Tatlow Reservoir. And then a few more also just downstream of the reservoir going into the gravity zone. And that's, again, is typical. I'll show you here. These low pressures near the reservoir are a bit expected, seeing as how they're so close to the reservoir, you would expect them to be low pressure. And then as you get further downhill, the pressures increase. But these particular locations are the problem areas. So where you have low pressures here and then along the supply line. And then on the fire flow side, so running fire flows coincident to maximum day demand, what we found was that the majority of the nodes did not meet the desired level of fire flow capability. So most of the nodes being requiring 60 liters per second, but a few 90 liters per second nodes. Show on the figure here, although to note that the results aren't quite as dire. There is still some fire flow availability between the 40 to 50 liter per second range. Just a note on what the results indicate. The analysis for fire flow is run on the assumption that you never go below a residual pressure of 20 PSI. So nowhere in the network do you want to go below 20 PSI when you're flowing from a hydrant to avoid any pipe collapse and water quality issues and maintenance issues. So these are conservative estimate of available fire flows on the network. assuming you don't go below 20 psi. Of course, when the fire department is out there cranking open the hydrant, they don't care about minimum pressures. They might exceed these flows, but this is more an indication of there's work to be done and room for improvement. But overall, I'd say we're close, but some work to be done there. We also did a water age analysis. So water age being a proxy for water quality. Thought there being that the longer that the water sits in the pipe, the more there's potential for chemical, biological, or physical issues associated from those long retention times. So that could be disinfection byproducts, microbial growth, sediment deposits, and color changes, and taste issues. So typically, according to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the average water age within a distribution system is 1.3 days, with anything less than 3 days being considered typically acceptable. So we did the water age analysis under average day demand, being the most conservative low demand period. And what we found was that the majority of the system, so 83.5%, experiences a retention time of less than 3 days. So that's good news. And the remaining 16.5% account for mainly just the dead ends in the system, where it's expected that you would see water age issues. So just to highlight on the map here, you can see anything in the, apologies for the line thickness, but anything in the dark maroon, dark red color being a 3 to 7 day retention time. You can see that being the dead end sections all throughout the network. And then lastly, we did a storage capacity analysis. So this is the desktop calculation of the desired versus available storage volume. So a couple of notes here on the fire storage side, the governing fire flow requirement is that 90 liters per second, 2 hours at the municipal hall. That said, we also showed for comparative purposes what the storage calculation turns out to be if we just consider the 60 liters per second at 1.5 hours, being as that's the fire flow requirements for the majority of the network. And then we also factored in, did a bit of sensitivity around whether or not we factor in the constant supply from DNV. Typically storage reservoirs, the sort of analysis is done without consideration of any other influence. So any additional flows from pump stations or PRVs or any other supplies, that's just done as a conservative calculation. But we're here just for illustrative purposes. We've shown what that looks like with and without that extra 20 liters per second constantly being fed through from the DNV. So what we found is that worst case scenario, under 90 liters per second at 2 hours fire flow, there's a deficiency of 0.77 megaliters. And again, the available storage volume at the tank is 0.27 megaliters. We're seeing a deficiency of 0.77, so close to 3 times the available amount. That deficiency is reduced slightly if we consider the 20 liters per second constant supply. And if we're considering just 60 liters per second, it's a deficiency of 0.36 and 0.25 megaliters. So to summarize the recommendations coming out of this modeling study. So from the model build and calibration of the analysis, a few recommendations. One being the detailed condition assessment of the Tallow Reservoir to confirm its current state and estimated remaining service life. Another recommendation was to investigate pipe vintages. One thing that was a gap in the data is the water main ages aren't known. They were estimated, and we applied the design criteria for roughness factors. But there can be a bit of adjustment made just in terms of if we know the vintage, we can adjust them up or down. Another recommendation being, again, that hourly and daily flow data be collected again to refine the maximum day and peak hour demand consumption patterns. and also to continue to monitor annual consumption to see whether the trends continue to decline after 2020, or if the design parameters need to be revisited to reflect higher domestic usage. A recommendation to investigate potential debirculation in dead ends. Recommend that for all of the sections where we noted high water age and retention times, because it's likely those are the locations where you would have debirculation. And then considering all of the analysis under ADD, MDD, and PhD, it's definitely recommended that there be further analysis done to determine potential upgrades to improve the system. So that could be additional storage, could be the creation of smaller pressure zones, water main looping and flushing programs, or a combination of thereof. So that summarizes that. So I'll open it up for questions and comments.
Okay, so we'll start with council, please. Any councillors with questions? Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. I see Councillor Drake and I see Councillor Clark. Go ahead, please, Councillor Drake.
Thank you. Michael, thank you for the report. I have to say, it's such a pleasure to have some hard engineering material in front of us, as opposed to the speculation we've been dealing with for years and years. I would note, I've been through it. I don't find I understand all portions, and that's not surprising. And I'll come back later if I might, just in case other people pick up on the issues that I would be concerned about. You are aware that the system was originally approved at 30 liters a second for 60 minutes as the level. So can you just explain for all of us where the 60 liters a second for 90 minutes for homes comes from?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So yes, there are varying design criteria versus more rural design guidelines around being 30 liters per second versus typical design guidelines for urban settings. For what we see from the village design criteria bylaws, they've recently adopted more urban standards. So the minimum being 60 liters per second. So that's the baseline for residential fire flow requirement. And then the durations come from the Fire Underwriter Survey design guidelines. So the 60 liters per second just directly correlates to a requirement for 1.5 hours duration.
So sorry, so you're saying that's within our own bylaws in the village in terms of how we characterize homes?
Yes, so the village bylaws stipulate 60 liters per second. And then referring to FUS, the corresponding durations are pulled from that.
Okay, I mean, I want to just revisit that because I know we've had a very diligent group working on this as a water committee for some time, and we've been wrestling with inadequacies of the system now for a couple of years. So for the first time, I think you're beginning to put some hard engineering in front of us, which is extremely useful. If I might ask one more question before I
go ahead.
Step aside.
Please.
At the very end, when you recommend modeling analysis, I mean, I appreciate all the recommendations. I've been personally focused on issues of fire flow capability and storage. Can you just explain to me why the creation of smaller pressure zones would be of assistance? So it's your second point under the last recommendation.
Yes, so it ties to fire flow analysis. Again, talking about the analysis assumes that we do not allow pressures in the same zone to go below 20 psi.
Okay.
That said, where we saw low pressures in the network were mainly on the supply side. So separating out the residential sections from supply lines, there's a bit of give and play in terms of how low pressures can be on the supply side, and they wouldn't necessarily impact the residential sections.
Okay, so we would just, and then for practical purposes, this would increase the fire flow near those areas simply by using pumping. Am I correct in that? I'm sorry, I just don't understand the term. So is it
It'd
through
be-
pumping that we're going to increase fire flow in those areas?
No, it'd be more of an exercise to confirm that any areas with low pressures near low pressure supply lines are indeed on the higher pressure municipal side. Because in some areas you have parallel pipes, you have a
Right.
supply line which might have low point or low pressures, or right next to it you would have the gravity system, which is supplied by the reservoir that would have higher pressures on it.
Okay,
So just
and
making sure
pardon,
that-
pardon my ignorance, but I had assumed that the feed from Midden, where the line comes in from the District North Vancouver up to Tatlow, was just a direct feed. Does it have a series of hydrants fed by that incoming water?
No, it doesn't have
Okay.
hydrants connected to it. But there's some particular areas with low pressures where it's unclear whether or not the residential lots are connected to the low pressure side or the
Right.
higher pressure side.
I think not, but I'll wait till later and maybe Stuart can answer. Having not been here when it was built, that would be a very unfair question to ask him, but I'm okay, that I appreciate that. I think I understand the other point. So thank you for now. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councillor Drake, and we'll go to Councillor Clark. Did you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Ross. Yes, I don't know what's happening to my hand here, but so thank you for the report. It's something that we've been looking forward to have it for a long time. So happy to see it today. So I have one question for now. You say here additional storage at the existing Tatlow Reservoir or a higher elevation for one of the recommendations. Right now, our reservoir is sitting quite low, in my opinion. It's not sitting at capacity. So wouldn't it be, and I'm not an engineer by any means, but wouldn't it be an idea to perhaps add a chlorination station in order to bring the tank level a bit up? Because when we talk about additional storage, when we can't even keep the one we have full, that's where it kind of gets fuzzy to me, if that makes sense, through the chair.
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Thanks. Michael, please.
So if I understand correctly, you're wondering on whether or not raising the tank level is a feasible solution for improving pressures in the network?
Yes, and when we talk about additional tank, we got to make sure the one that we have, it's running at capacity. That at least that's my view. But again, I'm not an engineer, so I'm looking for some clarity on this. Thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think those are good points, and it's something to consider. Just has to be done in consideration of there's obviously a give and take between water age in the network versus providing additional storage, and also making sure that the back pressure to the pump station is still maintained at an optimal level, because you'll be pumping from the tank level up, and those tanks or the pumps are set based on the existing back pressure. So I would just say that it's yes, there's potential to look at raising the tank level, but it depends on the pumps, water age retention, and the impacts on water quality and the available room to build that additional storage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark, and thank you, Michael, for your answers. Councillor Drake?
Yes, thank you. I just to do with the point that Councillor Clark raised, because Michael, I don't think it was part of what you were trying to study, but I just wanted to summarize. We've been wrestling with what we knew about the system. And one of the challenges we've had is that the tank itself cycles from a low point of, at least was cycling from a low point of 60% full up to what we termed 100% full. Now, I would assume that the numbers you've got assume 95% water in the tank. Is that correct, if I read your report properly? And in a simplistic way, when we looked at firefighting, we would, of course, have to assume it could be anywhere between full and 60%. And so we were playing with margins there. But the margins we've been playing with, and we have for the last couple of years, been slowly increasing the minimum level for just the reason you cite. There's concern about how long the water sits in the pipes, of course, and we monitor that. If I'm correct, and Stuart will correct me if I'm not, we monitor that through looking at the chlorine levels. So we are interested in keeping the minimum level as high as possible in order to have a little more water available if and when a fire occurs, so that the tank is never going to be lower than. We were at 60, I think we got up to 62, and if I'm not mistaken, we're now at 64%. And I'm watching Stuart to see if he nods. But we're now at 64%. It's minuscule in terms of the amount of firefighting. It's only a minute or two of extra firefighting at full flow, assuming you have it. You've identified a series of problems on a much larger scale, it would seem to me, if we target the kind of numbers that you're citing. I'll stop there. I just wanted to say, I think the type of things we were dealing with were relatively modest adjustments, just trying to optimize the amount of water we could get with the existing system. Ultimately, council is going to have to decide how much it's willing to invest. And if no one's going to give us a grant for the money, then it would be very, very considerable cost for a community this small. So we may end up having to look at some very difficult trade-offs. Any of it, I'll stop there, and I'm undoubtedly will come back later, but I can see we've got other people interested in speaking.
Okay, do we have any other members of council at this time that want to speak? Not seeing any, I will go to, I have I've got Jim Chisholm or Sherry Chisholm, and then I have Peter and Deborah, and then I have Joe Elworthy. So
you're on.
Who's
Jim?
Jim?
Jim here, Jim Chisholm?
Yeah. Do you think you can swing over a bit so we can see you, Jim? Please.
Gotta snuggle up here.
Okay, good.
Curious, the engineer here. How does this report compare to the original design criteria? Or did we even have a report back then after we built the system? Did you have a report to compare it, or is this the first time we've written a report on this system?
To my knowledge, it's the first time we've done a modeling analysis of this sort, looking at current design criteria and how the system.
We built the system about 10 years ago, if I remember correctly, roughly. And surely we did a report then on whether we met the criteria of the design. And
Fred, I
obviously
don't
you
have the
haven't seen
background on that one. I'm not sure if Stuart might be able to help answer that question.
I guess I will give it a shot. I think this water modeling, the style of water modeling that you have done, including the calibration, is a unique study for Belcarra. However, I mean, obviously, when they designed the original system, they were aware of the system design and the capabilities, and they were also aware of some of the deficiencies for firefighting, as pointed out, throughout the years, on an ongoing basis. We have understood that our system was somewhat deficient for firefighting capacity when the system is designed. Now, the best part about this is it gives us specific detail on where the system is deficient, both on the capacity in terms of the fire flow for hours of firefighting time versus the liters per second in certain areas. And that's maintaining, once again, that's maintaining what is supposed to be the standard of 20 PSI residual during firefighting scenarios.
that's at each and every hydrant. I presume.
Jim, is that a question through to Stuart?
Yeah, once again, through the chair, whichever hydrant they take for whatever firefighting activity in whatever location, when they're drawing from a hydrant, there shouldn't be anything less than 20 PSI residual in a hydrant, because it starts to create the potential for a vacuum, which will let in bacteria and actually could cause complete pipe collapse if they went down to 0.
Okay, I understand that. So are we planning, is this the end of their contract at this point in time? Or is there further more reporting to come?
So
are we going to be looking at other things such as the chlorination addition or things like that? Or I'm not even sure how this part of the report got solicited.
Through the chair, I mean, this was all approved by council for this water modeling. From this point on, we'll have some discussions, and from there, I expect to be taking the report to council, asking for further study on design criteria, and even possible some discussions with the fire service, along with the engineering and any members of water committee, perhaps, for possibly some other options that haven't really been spoken about, and they may be cast off as not worth going down that road, but some other options should also be discussed too.
Yeah, I mean, some of the recommendations this gentleman's made, such as looping and things like that, they look like they're an absolute necessity. So
yeah,
I think we better be starting to think about pricing those kind of things in and so forth.
Okay.
Anyways, that's enough for me. But although I'd be curious.
I'll just add,
what
if I
this
may.
cost us.
Yeah, and then I'll add a comment after you, Michael. Go ahead.
Sure, I would just add that we took a phased approach. So first was identifying where the issues are. So developing the hydraulic model to give us a better picture of where the deficiencies are and what the interplay is between the different problems. So water age, fire flow, storage. Now that we have that, it's an easier exercise to determine what next steps we want to go through. So we didn't price for coming up with a capital upgrade plan, because first we wanted to see what the problems are. As Stuart alluded to, it might not be straight to going into capital planning. It might be revisiting some of the design criteria, doing some sensitivity analysis, and then, or in addition to that, looking at what possible upgrades may be. So we're here to work along with the village on a way forward, on the best way to optimize the system.
Yeah. So thank you, Michael. And Jim, I thought your comments were good, because when you look at the 7 summary recommendations, I think there's a number of pieces, and you've touched on just a few of them, that set up a plan for moving forward for this village and the next council, in terms of, Bruce has talked about that hard data, but when you look at the Tatlow and the reservoir, 50 years, and taking a look at what it would take to do that, given the difficult and steep terrain. I mean, I think those are some things that naturally lend themselves into next step approach. So we now have Peter or Deborah. Who are we welcoming, please?
It's Deborah. Hi.
Okay. Hi, go ahead, please.
My question through the chair. Just with the map, it doesn't show the water going into the park. Where the water line goes into the park, that still is Belcarra as well. And there's nothing there to do with pressure or usage or anything to do with the park. Would that not also affect our system with regards to usage and pressure and anything? And why was that not a part of the water modeling?
Okay, through the chair to Michael, please.
Sure, thank you. So we modeled the main distribution system. I'm not quite sure on the pipe sizing through the park areas, but I believe they're smaller diameter mains. which aren't typically modeled. Yeah, our focus was mainly on modeling and figuring out what the pressures and fire flows are on the main municipal distribution system, cutting off at the boundary to the parks. That's certainly a level of refinement that we can include at a later stage if that's something that the village is interested in.
Okay.
Is it okay if I ask another question?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? Thank
Like,
you.
on the busiest days, there's a lot of people in there using the water. So it, for sure, you know, could be a loss of water. There's been days when I've gone around, or other people have said they've gone in and the toilets have been just running. You know how kids, and something can happen and then there's nobody there to do anything with it. So just that kind of stuff. And
Okay, good. Thank you, Deborah. And we'll now go to, I've got next on the list, Joe Elworthy. Joe, go ahead, please.
Get that. There we go. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for your presentation of the report, which I did read and found to be very, very insightful. When I was thinking about the educational session that the council was thinking of running at one point, I might have missed that, but certainly it's all in that report if one wants to dig into it with its complexities and your company's ability to simplify as best as possible. And so I'm not going to repeat much of what has been said by just about everybody here of all of the issues, right, you know, and including tuberculation, from looping to Titan to tank placement to on it goes, the number of things. But your final point and the recommendation, I think, is what I will speak to most, and that is that the analysis to determine the upgrades, the analysis to move forward, that council has got to come to grasp with here, and cost related, and everything will come to that. So it seems to me that we've got finally and greatly a good basis on which we can now understand and move forward. So hopefully we have enough expertise to get their heads around, with the assistance of our engineering company here, to determine the next steps, what's feasible, what isn't, how we get there. Lots to be done in this area, but I would like to give kudos to the engineering company here and to council for moving this step to the level that we have thus far. We've a long ways to go, but we're on the right step, we're on the right track. So I'd like to just say thank you for everybody who was involved in that, the Water Committee included.
Thanks very much, Joe. Appreciate that. And Don, we've got you next. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, great to see the numbers, and I don't want to oversimplify the numbers. I'm just trying to understand them myself. If we were to look at it very simply and say that we've determined we have 20 liters per second coming in, and if we just say that we have 10 liters per second, that's the average usage per homes, and we need 60. So is it fair to say that for firefighting capabilities that our deficit right now is around 50 liters per second for an hour and a half? Is that fair to say that or not?
Through myself to Michael, please.
Okay, thank you. I would just clarify that the governing fire flow requirement is actually 90 liters per second for 2 hours, just based on servicing the municipal hall. It's the highest fire flow requirement. So the deficit, I think, would be closer to 70 liters per second, if at all.
Okay, and that would be, and for the residential, we'd have a deficit of 50. So a deficit for 50 for residential and a deficit for 70 for the hall and such.
Sure, there could be a way of looking at it, but
okay, no, that just brings it down in simple terms for me. And was there any analysis done to offset that deficiency? how big of a reservoir or how big of a tank, how much additional water we'd have to have available to us? Is it like three more Tatlows or something like that? 3 more Tatlow tanks, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, so for the worst case scenario where we're trying to meet that 90 liters per second requirement for 2 hours, and we're not considering the 20 liters per second flow, just being overly conservative and saying that, for full redundancy, it'd be a deficit of 0.77 megaliters, which is about 2.8 times the current capacity of Tatlow. So it'd be, roughly another 3 Tatlows.
Another 3 tanks the size of Tatlow right now.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got Jim Chisholm, and then we'll go back to, I think I've got,
You're open now.
okay,
Okay, Jim, if you're just the engineer that can on page 7, you should be able to answer Deborah's question about the flows to the park. I think it's 4.22 liters on his report under daily average daily.
Yep, that's correct. And thank you for bringing up
You've
Deborah's
got the average for the village too, so you've got to, I presume they combine those 2 numbers.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, because I think my internet cut out just as Deborah was finishing her comments.
That should answer her questions.
Yep, but I would also just want to point out that modeling the pipe network through the park can or cannot be done. It could certainly be an improvement to the model, I think, but I think the governing efficiencies that we've noted is more around fire flow requirements. And we know where the hydrants are on the main distribution system. And that might be an area of focus. Although it's certainly good to refine the model with latest available data.
okay. Just looking to see if we've got anybody else that wants to ask a question. Councillor Drake. Can you get that other one? Please. Councillor Drake, please.
Much more effective with the mute off. I think, we have to be really careful about trying to interpret some of it. First on Jim's point, as I read the average day demand, it's 0.8 liters a second at the park. I'm looking on 4.31 average day demand. That's then added the community use to get the 4.2. I may be wrong, but it just looks that way to me, that it would make sense. I mean, we're not talking a massive use at the park. Peak demand, as was pointed out, undoubtedly is higher. Summer peak will be our highest usage there, no doubt. One, and secondly, I'm not quite sure where Don gets his calculations. And because he does refer to the tank size, which of course is critical, we get 20 liters coming in, we use some of it on an ongoing basis, and so what's left is added to the tank. Then we start draining the tank as we're fighting a fire. So it depends how large the tank is, right? How long you can run. We're never going to get a flow from North Vancouver, alas, that will match the flow we're going to use fighting fires. So we're always going to be drawing down a tank. And the question is, if you make the tank big enough, yes, you can fight a fire for a long, long time. The disadvantage is, of course, when you're not fighting fires, you've got a whole bunch of stale water, and we're going to face other problems with that. So it's a tough balancing act to both provide potable water and enough water for our firefighters to be effective. And that's the challenge we've been facing for a long time, along with the significant cost of increasing that storage and increasing chlorination if that becomes necessary, which likely would be the case if we went to a much larger tank. So I just want to say there's a lot of moving parts here. This is just the beginning, and it's such a relief to have some of the numbers that Michael's reporting here, because instead of speculating, we've got a much better idea of what's actually taking place. And undoubtedly, we've got a lot more work to do. But I would just say the inflow from North Vancouver, obviously less whatever we're using, notwithstanding the fire, is what's available to reduce how quickly we drain the tank. And I think we're quite satisfied we're not going to get more from North Vancouver. And so then we're left with trying to decide how much can we support. And I would like to add just one more thing. If the only reason we're having to meet a standard of 90 liters a second for 2 hours is because we have a municipal hall, I would suggest it would be an order of magnitude cheaper to sprinkle the hall from one end to the other, up, down, and sideways, and not try to provide 90 liters a second for 2 hours, simply because we're going to find the cost of storage is astronomical given our size. And even just meeting that 60 liter a second for an hour and a half is going to be very expensive. And I don't know of anyone who's prepared to give us the money. If we had someone, that would be great, but I don't know. And then I don't know how our system functions with that much water sitting there when we're not fighting a fire. So lots of work for the engineers to do yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Drake. Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands from the audience. Any questions? I'm seeing a thumbs up from someone, but that's good. So any other speakers? Okay. So Michael, I have a question to you. It seems like from the 7 summary and recommendations, there is a plan that could be created by you and Stuart putting something together for essentially for the next council, or I don't know if it would be sooner, but this actually gives us a lot of information. The question are, what are the next steps? So is that something that you contemplate after hearing from the broad set of responses, that there's some things that you could do with Stuart? And I'd like to hear from both of you if I could, in terms of a plan for possible next steps.
Yes, absolutely. I think we have a clear picture of the existing network and where the issues are. And there's a path forward. I think there's room to revisit some of the design criteria and play a bit of sensitivity analysis, as Councillor Drake alluded to, one thing being go forward with the most stringent 90 liters per second requirement, or do we drop that to 60 liters per second? I mean, the impact of that alone is going to doubling storage tank volume requirement versus quadrupling it. Questions around, we use a more rural 30 liters per second fire flow requirement versus the 60 liters per second requirement. I think there's definitely room for looking at what design criteria we want to go with, what the priorities are in the network, and then moving forward from that, starting to look at what possible upgrades may be. Alluded to some discussions we've had with Stuart around condition assessment of the Mallow Reservoir. I think that's one recommendation that's worth visiting in the short term, being that it is quite the focal piece of where some of the issues are and where a lot of the discussion is around. I think it's worthwhile investigating the remaining useful life of that tank and determining what the lifespan is and what future servicing looks around that part.
Okay. Good. And there's other, I think there's other comments that came up from other people that would be useful to put into that equation. I mean, I think there's been some good, and many of those people have built from things that are in I believe your recommendations. We heard people say this would be good and this would be good. I think I go back to just this piece. We're actually getting some very, very good hard data, some engineering data, and I think that allows us to explore and look at some different things on behalf of what's the best way for this village to go through. And it may not go forward. It may not produce one step. It may produce a number of steps. So anyways, I will stop my comments there. Do we have, are we sufficiently, did people get the chance to speak? Are there any other speakers either from the audience or for council that would like to indicate now, or are we, have we, as they would say, exhausted this so far? So I'm just gonna check the audience. Anybody in the audience that would like to make a final comment? Appreciate your comment so far. I'm not hearing anybody, so we will go back to council. Anybody on council want to make a final comment? I'm not seeing anybody, but what would be appropriate would be to move that motion right now. If we could get two people from council, moved by Councillor Drake, I'm looking up, and seconding Councillor Clark. Thank you very much. And that motion is that the Village of Belcarra Hydraulic Water Model Development Report dated September 2nd, 2022 be received for information. So not seeing any other comments from council, so I'll look to call the question. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
And
Aye.
I note that it carries in the affirmative and it's unanimous. Okay. So Michael, I think from the broad array of questions and the comments and people looking to your report and saying these are good pieces, it's very clear that you've provided council in this village a very good report in terms of going forward and possible next steps. So I want to, on behalf of our village, our whole village, I want to thank you for the work that you've done and welcome that continuing connection with you and Stuart to kind of move this to the next steps for our village. And I would just thank you for that on behalf of everybody. So thank you very much, Michael. We are at this point, Michael, you get the promise that all our consultants get at your convenience. You feel comfortable stepping away, and we will go on to item 5.4. And Stuart, I'm going to ask you to outline the report on emergency preparedness coordinator report. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is this for the TransLink funding approval report, or is this for the?
No, it's 5.4. So it's Public Works and Emergency Preparedness Coordinator Report dated September 6th. No. 2022 MRNB TransLink funding approval. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yep, you're welcome. Absolutely.
I think the
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Drake, were you looking to?
Yeah, it just looked to me as though the binders may have changed the order of some of these. I'm just looking for other council members to see if it's not a problem. I can find the one we're dealing with. The order seems to have been switched though.
So, okay, well, let's
5.4,
yeah, 5.4.
top right-hand corner.
Is
Okay.
recommendation that the 2022 MRNB TransLink funding approval report be received for information. The reason for this update is simply to report that the $84,000 grant funding has been approved and announced by TransLink. And the second point of interest stemming from the report is staff is working with ICBC and have an on-site meeting booked with their engineers for a road safety review on Bedwell Bay Road on September 23rd. And following their report, we expect some recommendations that will give staff guidance and options with regard to the safety devices and road markings. Back to the chair, please.
Okay, good. Thank you then. Perfect. Good. So we've got in front of us a motion moved by Councillor, seconded by Councillor, that the 2022 MRNB TransLink funding approval report be received for information. So let's move it and get it on the floor.
Second.
Councillor Drake and then Councillor Clark. Thank you. Okay. Any comments from council? Any comments from, we'll not seeing any. We've got someone who's had their hand up. So Jim or Sherry, could you go, please?
Oh, hi there. It's Sherry.
Okay.
These grants that Stuart spoke of, do we have to match a certain percentage? How much will it cost the village?
Okay, Stuart.
Yeah, through the chair, it's a 75% grant funding that TransLink will be funding 75%. So our total cost of an upper limit, we are eligible to spend $112,000. For that, TransLink will pay $84,000, and the municipality would be paying $28,000. So that's the limit of that grant of $84,000 from TransLink.
So it would be 28,000 to the villagers.
If we were to spend $112,000, the upper limit, then TransLink once again would be paying $84,000 and the municipality would be paying $28,000.
Thank you.
Okay. Good, thank you. And so Stuart, going back to council, I had a question. You've got a September 23rd meeting with ICBC, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I have an appointment for September 23rd to meet the ICBC engineers on site on Bedwell Bay, and we're going to have some discussions. I'm going to be advising them of some of our concerns. And then from that advice, they're going to be doing a road safety study and making recommendations.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Clark, did you have your hand up or are you good? Okay, Councillor Clark is good. Okay, so not seeing anything from the audience, not seeing anything from council, that we've got the motion on the floor moved by Councillor Drake and Clark that the 2022 MRNB TransLink funding approval report be received for information. All in favor, raise your hands. And I note that it carries in the affirmative. So thank you. And 5.5, we have Stuart to outline the report, the Public Works and Emergency Preparedness Coordinator report dated September 6, 2022.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me see here. Recommendation that council direct staff purchase an alertable app. Let me see here. And also direct staff to inform the Village of Anmore and Chief Jay Sharp of the direction to purchase the alertable app. Simply, I believe that mass notification, mass texting is a key component for emergency management in Belcarra. A mass texting app will allow emergency responders and Belcarra staff to make real-time announcements and give direction to residents that will help to coordinate an effective evacuation or forward information as dictated by the incident. Back to council, please.
Okay. So thank you very much. And let's get a mover and a seconder for that, please.
Move.
Councillor Wilder moving and Councillor Clark seconding. All right, so it's on the floor for discussion. Any questions through to Stuart about this or about the Councillor Drake? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Stuart, can you explain how this would differ from what we do with, we send out emails now, which would pick up some of what you're talking about. Under what circumstances does this become easier to use, more, reach more people? Can you just explain that?
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, you can program it to run into phones through emails and texting itself. I mean, right now, texting is becoming the mode of choice for quick communications.
Right.
In addition, we are going to have, or if we get this, we're going to have some pre-programmed announcements that are going to be in there that you can just hit at a moment's notice. We're going to have different administrators that will have different abilities, including perhaps Chief Jay Sharp, to be able to make an announcement on certain occasions, you know, for an evacuation, because those kinds of decisions are usually made by the fire service anyways, based on them, you know, on an active scene and making the quick decision that we're going to need to have an evacuation. So he will be able to just press a button and we'll send it out to everybody on that's on the app, that has the app. And then in addition, we'll be able to give specific instructions. So it's much improved from an email where somebody you know, has to be on a computer or have access to a computer and write out an email message. So it's very valuable, I think, for our community.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Stuart, my understanding is that we have routes in this village that are available through our work with Metro Vancouver and with other places that we could have those all set up to go, ready to enact, ready to happen. And all it would need is for the chief through our staff to be able to make that decision, and it would be ready to go to guide people how to get there, to ensure that in the case of the access to Metro Vancouver, that everything's locked, unlocked, and ready to go, correct? So those are some of the features that make it more agile and better in times of emergency, correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. And I mean, you don't even need it for a mass evacuation type of event. I mean, it could be a water main event, a break, where you know, there's going to be restricted use of water. It's a quick notification device that will be so versatile. We'll be able to use it for more than just the mass evacuation itself.
Okay. Good. All right. So any comments from council?
Yes, I have a.
Councillor Snell, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a couple of comments. I think this is certainly the way of the future, the way to go. We're all familiar with funny messages and dings appearing on our phones and wondering what all that was about. The concerns that I have is that with so many people having the ability to send messages out, there's a risk of some fairly alarming false alarms, and that has been reported in the media on a number of occasions where false alarms have gone out and have concerned a lot of citizens. So I would be concerned at who has access to putting the information out. But of greater concern to me is that in a challenging situation, we're probably going to be in league with Anmore and the city of Port Moody and be reliant on them for a number of issues, and yet they themselves are not signed on to this. So my preference would be to, yes, I think it's a great idea. It is the way of the future, but I believe until until our neighboring communities have signed on to it, then we should hold back and make the decision to make the purchase for the next council. Now, the point has been made, you know, that it is the way of the future, but we have a lot of residents here that still get most of their information from the Barnacle and from the bus shelters. And I think the email blasts that we get sent out from our village hall have done very, very nicely. But I don't think we want to be leading the pack on this one. I think we should hold back for a little while. So I would not be supporting the purchase of this at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments, Councillor Snell. Councillor Wilder?
Thank you very much. I'm
You're muted. You're muted, Lisa.
There we
There you
are.
are.
Sorry, I'm on the same tone as Councillor Snell. My apologies. Well, I think this is amazing, and I think it is the way of the future. I think until our neighbors are on board, we don't need to jump on the bandwagon. We don't need to be the first ones to do this. We had an incident recently where this would have been great, was when that tree came down and knocked down our beautiful little hut that Councillor Drake and his lovely bride always decorate every year for different occasions. And I actually just phoned, I found out about it, and I called Chief Jay Sharp myself and said, what are we going to do to stop people from coming in? There needs to be somebody at the three-way stop so that they go straight forward. They don't turn in, because people were turning in, coming to the incident, and then being turned around. There needed to be an app like this would have been perfect. Not everybody has cell phones, and when they're driving, they're not listening to their cell phones. Right?
Yeah.
Not till they stop. So, and not everybody has emails that get tapped into their phones. Like mine ping in, but not everybody does that. So I think we're a little still smallish for this. And until our neighbors see what they do, Port Moody especially, and Anmore, I think it's not an expense we need to go through at this time. That's just my opinion. But I think it's a great idea, and thank you for your work on this, Stuart.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Wilder. Stuart, you've got your hand up. Was that to speak?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. If I may, I'd sure like to respond to both of the comments, which were very similar. I'd just like to say, first of all, that, you know, it's a very, very small investment at the maximum of $3,600 per year. And we do have a certain amount of already budgeted funding for that within our emergency program budget. But, you know, and I have, you know, monthly meetings with basically not really the Tri-Cities, but Anmore and Port Moody and Port Coquitlam, and and Coquitlam is involved. Port Coquitlam just actually went on the alertable, but in terms of you know, Anmore and Port Moody, I think that there's a need for some leadership and just to push forward. And there's nothing wrong, just because we're a small municipality doesn't mean that we can't make decisions on our own. And I think that, you know, and I've talked to CAO Julie Hollywell and Karen Elrick from Anmore, and they're just, you know, they haven't quite made a decision yet. They think it's appealing. I think that, you know, if we went on to the system, if we, you know, moved forward with the initiative, I think that you'd find probably maybe they would follow us for a change. I do know that I talked to Chief Jay Sharp, and he is 100% supportive of this effort. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for that, Stuart. So we've got what might be characterized as a dilemma. Good points on both sides.
You're muted, Jamie.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking. Sorry, John. Thank you.
Oh.
So, you know, Councillor Drake, you go ahead.
I'll give you a little more time to.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the questions, the points that have been raised by Councillor Snell and Wilder are good points. I mean, the problem with us is that we are so small that, the annual fee for this is equivalent to some homeowners' taxes that are paid to the village in a year. And there's only a couple of hundred homes that do this, right? We're not an overwhelming size community. And I guess I lean toward the point that we should do it in cooperation with others that are doing it. And I guess I'm hard pressed to see cases where we couldn't use what we had. I guess that's why my original question, right? I think the email system, which faced very similar questions, Stuart, to what you're facing here, right? Not everyone has a phone, not everybody uses email, people get their information elsewhere. It's actually been very successful, right? We've got a substantial number of people have signed on. In my own case, I do all my email. In fact, I do everything on my iPhone. So I get the message just as quickly if you send an email as another. And I just am not sure that I see the extra value in this. I know there are scenarios where it would be valuable, and there always will be, but the question is it a significant expenditure given our small size? And I mean, even in reading the report, I'd circled the two prices. I'd rather go to the lower one than the higher if we think there's an urgent need here. But it's a tough call. I'll wait to hear what the mayor has to say.
Sure. And I've got Councillor Clark. So why don't you go ahead and then I'll talk after you, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. Okay, so yes, so that's a bit tricky for me because I was ready to support this. A few comments. I do think that that's a good idea. I do see the value of having a text message on your phone rather than an email, because a text message, you can see it right away. An email, you have to open the email and then go through a bunch of other ones. So I see the value. I also, I think we should get on with the times. So I would prefer if there's a notification from the village, and speaking as a resident, not as a councillor, but if there is, for instance, we had this weekend here, a tree fell off here just after Turtle Head there, blocked everybody on this way for, I don't know, at least 8 hours, I would say. The fire department was there, had to wait for the tree guys. It's a long weekend, all this and that. What ended up happening is people are trying to get out, having to turn around and coming back here, or parking at the park and walking home. I think in situations like that, especially when there's a road closure, it would be interesting to have something like that. Again, I do see the value. I think we should get on with the times. Although I agree with Bruce, there's no amount, it's a small amount for us because we're a small municipality. I would like to see that coming to fruition at some point. It might not be through this council. It could be for next, but I would not defeat this, especially knowing that Chief Jay Sharp is fully supportive of this initiative. Yes, I agree. It would be much better if the municipalities around us will go on and sort of do the same thing. But at the end of the day, we can only control our boundaries. We can hope that they'll do this, that they'll sign up, but we never know if they will. But that doesn't mean that if they don't, this is going to be useless to us. I don't see it that way. So I guess what I'm asking for council, it's that don't defeat this, just defer this to next council. Because again, this is a good thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. And I think this will be very useful for everybody. It's much easier to get a text than it is to get an email and have to go through your emails. I always respond my texts right away, or try to, not so much my emails. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah. So I appreciate the comments. My concern is a little bit, I do think it is important to lead. I worry though, and I've said this before, and I was hopeful that I talked to Stuart about this. I believe that piece, like there is a connection here that I think is, and maybe I just don't understand what Chief Jay Sharp is going, but it concerns me that we would, because we're one with Anmore, with the Sasamat Volunteer Fire Department. So it worries me that out of all the ones, that if we didn't have Anmore on, I'm concerned about that. And I also know that, and I asked for, and thank you, Stuart, for touching base with Julie. I asked for Julie to be contacted because she's doing some work on this. And I think it's important, like, it's just Port Moody and Coquitlam, I think are key places to get on. When you look at the groupings, for alertable clients, Vancouver, Burnaby, Fraser Valley Regional District, Mission, Metro Vancouver. If we're going with a group, I think that's a group we want to go with because they're in the area and there's more likely communication at some point with them. But my worry is this, I just think it's okay to push, but we need to not push. We need to pull Anmore together with us if we can. So I would say that we should defer that. And if Stuart at any point can come back with Anmore's in place, then we should consider that. So that's my thoughts. I don't need to carry the day, but I do worry about we have a different connection with Anmore and the Sasamat Volunteer Fire Department. And I was hopeful we'd hear something from the Anmore side. So, okay, so what do we want to do with that? We've got, as they would say, a dilemma.
Can I move deferral then, or should it be through the person? who
Well,
moved it?
I made the motion.
Yeah,
Right.
that was my question. Should be through you or?
Yeah, if you, why don't you move? Yeah.
So can I, and through the chair to Connie here, I guess. Please. So it says council directs staff to purchase the alertable app. If we go to the end of that and just say be deferred to the next council.
And I'll accept the amendment because I was the second.
Can we make it that simple?
I think so. I think Councillor Wilder.
So it says council directs staff to inform the village landlord and direction of the purchase shall be deferred to the
next council.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Connie says yes, or unless you want to tweak that.
Yeah, I think it can work. I guess, do we have a minimum? Like if Anmore came on, would we be willing to go?
We can't say because we're not the next council.
No, what I'm saying is not defer to the next council, defer till Anmore gets on. Because there are partners.
I see.
Sorry, and I don't want to move away from what you're suggesting, but there is a piece. There's a piece that
I know what you're saying.
yeah, I'm just saying that if you know, and that
Until we're cohesive
yeah
with Anmore. Until Anmore onboards.
Yeah.
How
So
about
if they decided to onboard in 7 days, this could move forward.
Correct. So,
So,
well,
but
we
I
don't
don't
have
want-
another council meeting, so.
Well, we
Until
Okay.
such time, they shall be deferred until such time that Anmore, Village of Anmore onboards.
I think Bruce, Councillor
Yep.
Drake has a suggestion.
Councillor Drake, yep, thank
Okay,
you. Thanks,
Yes,
Councillor
thank you.
Clark.
It seems to me, I'll direct the question to Stuart, that are not the vast majority of the sort of things we really urgently want to get messages out on of this form, are they not related to the Sasamet Volunteer Fire Department?
Are you suggesting maybe it should
Through the
be?
chair?
Yes.
I mean, I would say for sure the majority of the incidents would be stemming from a fire department related type of issue. However, there's public works issues that the residents sometimes need to know about instantly as well. And like what Burnaby and Vancouver does, they have all sorts of incidents, including traffic incidents, on their system, mass texting system.
Okay, I would just observe that, I mean, I also use text messages regularly, and I have a lot of text messages that are totally useless that come into me, that are nuisance ones, that are scamming efforts and whatnot. So, I mean, I'm not sure that I would make instant use of everything that came in. It just seems to me that if in fact it's Jay Sharp and the Sasamat Volunteer Fire Department that are going to be issuing the vast majority of these, why don't we just explore having them take out the rights, and we work through them? It seems to me most of our emergencies are going to be triggered by a note from the Sasamat Volunteer Fire Department. I mean, even the trees down we talked about, I mean, they ended up at the site in no time, but surely they can send a text out. I'm only saying it because that allows Chief Sharp to take it to the trustees. I don't think he'd have any trouble getting them to support it and then maybe later the municipalities come on side because they note there are some things that can't be picked up by the fire department. I just think you'd get 60 to 80% of what we would want of an urgent nature would be done by Sasamat.
Could I respond to that through the chair, please?
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that idea. The only problem, I guess, that would be associated with that is the fact that you do need at least one higher administrator to basically run the system. For us, it would be obviously our municipal hall staff that might pre-write some messages and would have the highest permission.
And that can't be done by through Sasamat?
And through the chair, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's an advantage for us to have full-time municipal staff that could run it from our side, as opposed to Chief Jay Sharp finding some other person to administrate it on behalf of the fire department.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to try to micromanage it tonight. Obviously, it's got potential. It just seems to me we should explore it with the volunteer fire department to see what's practical there. If he's in favor, he will have significant influence over the trustees, in my opinion. And it may well be that we'll see it there first. Anyway, I'll drop it there. For the moment, I'm going to be, I'd be voting with Councillor Snow, well, with the majority here, and just defer it for the moment, but I would like to see it explored by the Sasamat Volunteer Fire Department.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure, you're here. Why don't you? Give a
I've
comment?
got something I was going to add. I've had my hand up for a little while now.
Okay. Can I just, John, would you
Yeah.
mind if I just, for whatever reason, I didn't see your hand. I saw Sherry Chisholm or Jem. Let's get a quick comment from them and then come back in so we can finish that. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh,
Sure.
hi. Just in listening to everybody's comments, if something happens on the weekend, there's no one at the office to sort of get this thing going. And I think a point that was made that seemed good to me, the fire department is every day of the week, every hour of the day.
Yeah.
So you always have the chief or one of the assistants, or so maybe the fire department, because they're always there.
Okay.
So that's just my thought.
No, thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Snell. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The point I was going to make was that this is becoming a fairly major discussion item, and there is a motion on the floor right now to accept a recommendation. I just wonder if it's not possible to withdraw the motion from the floor and defer the whole item over to the next council, when a lot of these issues that have been brought up in the last few minutes can be discussed, i.e. the participation of Port Moody and Anmore, the fire department, and so on and so forth. It's a good idea. I think we should probably go with it down the road, but I think it's not something we need to decide to do tonight. So I'd be very happy to defer it rather than, I don't want to kill it. I'd sooner defer it. Thank you.
Yeah. So, my next piece was to Councillor Wilder, and I think Councillor Clark have a deferral motion, and I think they should go ahead and make it.
Can I speak then?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sherry. You took the words right out of my mouth when I had my hands up there. I'm going, staff's not always here. So thank you very much, because a lot of our emergencies are on evenings, weekends, and whatever, and usually the fire department is involved. So I would like to amend this to say, under the recommendation and through the chair, let's try it this way. That council directs staff to defer the purchase of the alertable app as recommended in the emergency mass notification app report dated September 6th, until such time that it is further explored by the Sassnet Volunteer Fire Department and Chief Jay Sharp, period. And then you remove the last line. Would that work?
Okay, well, let's
Through
check.
the
with
chair
the-
to Connie. And Councillor Clark.
That works for me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think your second is in favor of it.
Sure.
It works for Connie. It looks like.
Connie says good.
Thank you,
Okay,
Connie.
all right, so it's on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Would that include the participation of Anmore and Port Moody along with the,
No,
no, okay.
until such time that it's further explored by the Sassnet Volunteer Fire Department and Chief Jay Sharp.
Okay.
Let's let Connie read, let's let a final reading of that, just so we're sure what we're voting on. Please. Connie, do you have that down, or do you need it read back to you?
Okay, I think I've got it. If any pieces are missing, then just please advise. That council directs staff to defer,
Yes.
to defer the purchase of the alertable app as recommended in the emergency mass notification app report dated September 6th, until such time that it's further explored by the Sassnet Volunteer Fire Department and Chief Jay Sharp. And following that is to strike the second portion of that motion. Correct? Did I understand that correct? So where it says that council direct staff to inform the village of Anmore and Chief Jay Sharp, I would remove that, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's being moved and seconded.
Okay, and everybody's comfortable with the motion that Connie just read? Okay, so we'll look to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I know, and it carries in the unanimous. Okay, thank you. And we are on to, I believe we're now on to the letter from Crab. Is that correct? Are we at the right spot?
No. Nope. Isn't Crab at the end?
Yeah, yes, we are. We're at the right spot.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, Mayor Ross, that is correct. We varied the agenda to
Yeah.
review it at this time.
Okay, and we're gonna have, I believe, we have it available for you.
Yes, just give me a moment.
Sure. Take
Just
some time.
Just 1 second.
I guess I don't have the revised agenda. What number do you have it at? Right?
We did this at the beginning of the
We
meeting.
did it
Lisa.
at the beginning.
Okay, can everyone see it?
Yep. got
I
it.
will admit here, this is my first time. I've always watched Paula and never was at the controls. So.
So this is
as long as-
5.6?
No, Lisa, it's Counselor Wilder, it's item 10.1.
Yes, I have it as 10.1.
That's correct. So at the beginning of our meeting here, we varied the agenda to review it at this time.
Oh, my apologies.
No, that's
Nope.
fine.
I was dealing with a barking dog.
It's okay, no worries at all.
Got it. I have the letter though.
Okay,
And can everyone see it on the screen? I've shared it. Is everyone seeing what I've done here? Or
yes,
no? Yes? Okay, all right.
okay. So Dave, did you want to speak to it?
Can we see Dave? Is he unmuted? Dave.
Yeah.
Yes,
Dave's been having some
Dave is
computer
here.
issues.
Dave
So,
is here, but he's muted.
yeah. Do you want me to phone him?
Can you hear me now?
There he
Here
is.
you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, first is, thank you for this. I, would have written a bit more formal if I knew you were going to show the whole world. But, traditionally for about approximately 10 years now, CRAB has been hosting an all candidates meeting, and for longer term, we have had socials. We would like to return to using the hall if that's possible for, like I said, I think between September the 19th and September the 25th, we're thinking of an all candidates meeting. At this point, I don't know if that's going to happen. There's a possibility there could be an acclamation. Nobody laughed. And then after the election, possibly Halloween, we'd like to consider a social, which would include alcohol. And we expect after the pandemic that recently is still somewhat around, there'd be new rules and regulations. So we're inquiring what those might be. I don't know what other information you need from me. One of the other directors might want to add to it.
Director that wants to add to it, or thank you for that, Dave.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Deborah or Peter?
Hi, it's Deborah. Just that we are hoping to be able to have the all candidates meeting there. And we've had many residents asking for something live at the hall, and also for events to start. People are getting like, they're meeting in the park, they're meeting in the parking lot at the hall, all kinds of things. But we would like to see the hall opened again. So that's why this is coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll turn it back over to council for if someone wants to make a motion or address any part of this.
I would like to make a motion, Mayor Ross.
Yep, go ahead. Thank you, Councilor.
I'd like to make a motion to, I don't know very well how to word this, but I'd like to make a motion to open the hall for the all candidates meeting.
Okay.
And I would need a seconder.
Yeah, I just writing that down, but
And I do think that council should consider I'm just gonna put this out there, and if
Yep.
there's support, I'll move that motion. I do think council should consider opening the hall for good at this point, because we do have the technology to go hybrid. So for people who are not comfortable coming into the village hall, they can still sit at home and watch it online and participate of the meetings online. But I think we should give consideration to open the hall on its entirely at this point. Thank you.
for meetings going forward, for
Correct.
council meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Councilor Drake?
Yeah, I'd be happy to second that. I just have, it seems to me this is an issue, though, that for the last 2 years plus has been driven by public health advisories. And at that point, it would be staff that would have to advise us whether there are any barriers. I mean, we can decide to keep the hall closed because council itself is nervous about that. Or we can decide to open it, but we ought to do it based on advice from the province. If the province no longer has any relevant restrictions, I'm certainly in favor. But do we know that? I guess, and I don't know if it's fair to ask Connie that, but it's a question it would seem to me that staff should investigate first.
The other halls are open, right, from the municipalities around us.
So, but I take it from that, there are no restrictions then.
Connie, did you want to respond at all to that?
Through the chair, I don't know specifics of other municipal council meetings and whatnot. We've always followed Fraser Health and their guidelines.
Mhm.
So I think that's kind of my only comment. That's how we've always operated is, through their guidelines
So-
and their, what they dictate's not the right word, but what, that's how we're supposed to operate, is that it needs to be closed or it can be opened, or if it is to be opened, then it's in such a manner. They may have restrictions onto the capacity. I don't know.
Yeah.
Right?
And
It
so
is-
I'm certainly in favor, subject to the direction of Fraser Health. I mean, it'd be very foolish to move outside that. I think I don't think they have these restrictions in place anymore. So I'd be quite happy. The only thing I would suggest is that we tack on the subject to at the end, and then that would have to be clarified in the next day or two.
Yep. Okay.
May,
Thank you.
may I make a comment, Mayor Ross?
Yeah, absolutely. You can.
So the only restrictions that I'm aware of right now, it's for the unvaccinated. I know Coquitlam has been meeting in person, and they have, I think they have for a long time. Enmore has been meeting in person as well at the high school there, because they don't have a hall right now. Port Moody's been meeting in person as well. Sorry, there is someone cutting on my mic. There's someone cutting on my mic on.
Yeah, could I get people to take a look, and they need to mute so that we can have our counselor being heard, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, so in other words, like as far as I know, because I do watch meetings of Tri-Cities, all Tri-Cities halls are open, but ours. So I think it's time, especially if there's Halloween coming up, and then it's right after the election. I do think that, it's time for that hall to open and for us to start gathering again. That's my view. So I think I will make a motion to open the hall in its entirely. And I'm going to take Councillor Drake's suggestion just to be on the safe side, refer, I guess, to the public authorities. I don't know how he worded it, but he was way more eloquent than I was on the wording. But I would like to take his suggestion to open the hall entirely, given that Fraser Health Authority does not have a problem with, I guess.
I think he used the words, if I could assist, subject to the direction of Fraser Health.
Yes, so that
correct,
is the
Councillor
motion.
Drake?
That's correct. If I might, I see us, if we pass this, we would open the hall only to discover if there was some kind of problem due to Fraser Health's position, that we would learn that there was a problem. And then you might have to revisit at your next council meeting, but hopefully there isn't. If other people have their halls open, I assume they don't have massive draconian requirements and restrictions. Therefore, we probably will not find there's any problem from Fraser Health. And it would seem to me it would make sense to be doing exactly what our neighbor municipalities are doing.
Yeah. So we've got Councillor Clark, you've moved that motion, correct? Yes?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and then I have, I believe you have a seconder in Bruce Drake, is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so maybe we could take this down right now, because I do think there's some pieces that need to be considered. And so I'd like to make a few comments. I will say we'll just wait till Connie can get this down.
I'm good, Mayor Ross. Thank you.
Okay, are you able to take Dave Warren's letter down?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries.
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you very much.
There.
Okay, so I think one of the pieces that in terms of, I'm very much in support of this, and I would just say that I've always felt that we should do this, but we needed to do this when council was together. It is clear that we are one of the few councils that is not meeting Dennis shared some information with us about that, but I think there's a piece here right now. I think we need to be careful, because as I understand this, if this is to go ahead, the group, and I believe they will do it, and they'll do it very carefully, that needs to be connecting with Fraser Health. So if there are no conditions now, but they change, they need to be working with them. And that is CRAB, and they will need to do what every other group is required to do if there are any restrictions, to be able to ensure that they take responsibility. It can be a safe event. In terms of us having that hybrid equipment, we have it, but I don't believe, I mean, in fairness, and I'll ask Connie, and it sounds like it would be a date when Paula returns. I don't believe we have that hybrid equipment ready to go right now. It's in this room, but it has not been tested, has not been done. The other piece that is a challenge for us is that, as I understand, every one of the people, and I'll just say who are work in our office, are also people that are working on the election. And they, as I've had indicated to me, but I don't know if this is absolute, but they believe because they're working on the election, they should not be working on any all candidates meeting or any social event. So what we do have, and this isn't a barrier, because I'd like to, for certain, see an all candidates meeting that's in person. And I know many would, but we need to figure out, we have a very, very limited group of numbers that can do this. So those are our challenges, but I don't think they mean we can't do something. It's just going to create some things for us. So I have Councillor Snell, and then I have, I'll check with anybody else on council. Go ahead, Councillor Snell.
Yeah, thank you. I would support the opening of the hall, full speed ahead, back in business. However, if something should arise, then we do have the village email blast system. So if something should happen with COVID, and all of a sudden the regional health bring down some new restrictions, they can go out, that can be blasted out to the village in a matter of moments. So I think, you know, full speed ahead, plan for all the events that we want to do, CRAB wants to do, anybody else wants to do. And if something happens, then we can just make that adjustment if necessarily the day before. People will understand that if it's a mandate that comes down from provincial health. Thank you.
Okay. So I've got anybody else on council? I've got in this order, Jim or Sherry Chisholm, and then Joe Elworthy.
Oh, hi, it's Sherry speaking.
Okay, thank you, Sherry.
I'm just a little confused. Is the village hall going to contact Fraser Health and ask them if there is any reason that the hall can't be opened? Or are you asking CRAB to do that?
Okay. Well, let's check with the mover of the motion.
CRAB can't do it.
Yeah.
I didn't specify this on my motion, but you made the comment, Mayor Ross, that CRAB should be checking prior to hosting this all candidate meeting, that CRAB should be checking with Fraser Health. Is that right?
Well, I think that was the second part of the thing, but if CRAB is, or any group is going to run an event, they're responsible for that connection with Fraser Health, and they're to ensure if there's any restrictions or if they come, that they're responsible for making sure they're put together.
Yes. So that's so it's covered. I believe it's covered then.
This seems very odd to me. It's the village hall. If you're going to be having future council meetings or a social thing, or CRAB has always provided a meeting for the elected folks.
Mm-hmm.
It seems odd to ask CRAB to make this call. I think it should be the village.
Well, the village isn't, well, let's go ahead. I won't.
Okay, well, that's my comments anyway.
Yeah, that's okay. So I have Joe Elworthy next, and then thank you, Sherry. And I believe there'll be a response back at some point. Joe Elworthy and then Lisa Wilder.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. I Village Hall opening. Don't see why not. It's been a way of conferences all over the place. So, I've certainly worked with, and I can assure you that hybrid Zooming would take some testing. So good luck with that. It's workable, but there are complications with it. But I have done it regularly. I would just, my thoughts are on the all candidates meeting, directly on that. Let's assume the hall is all good and Fraser Health and everybody else is good. The all candidates meeting. So I presume CRAB is proposing a protocol and a facilitator and all of that stuff. Or are we just talking about inviting everybody up for a big party and get together and have a couple of beers, or like what's it all about here? I'd like to know more. It seems a good idea, not opposed to it, but it'd be nice to have some sort of a protocol and realize that there are costs to some of this, and realize that there are unknowns as of yet. My last check on the internet as of tonight, we have certainly an election running for a position of mayor, and council is open as of yet with only one candidate that I've seen putting forward their name. So we don't know what it's about. We don't know what the numbers are like. We don't know what it's going to look like. And with all due respect and appreciation for CRAB, I hope that they feel equipped to be able to address all of these issues. Good idea, but I hope we have the ability and the wherewithal to carry through on it. Thank you.
I think that Joe Elworthy is a little confused. The all candidates meeting is a completely separate meeting.
Okay,
from a social-
Sherry, can I just get you to put, if you'd like to speak, put your name back on the list, and we're gonna go to Councillor Wilder, and then you can come on, post some questions, and if there's confusion, we can hopefully help with that. Councillor Wilder, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My personal opinion is I think it's up to the hall, the staff, to decide whether they can rent the hall out. End of. Not up to the person that's coming in to be the tenant. The tenant has to go by the direction of the landlord. The landlord is the village hall. So if the landlord must check with the Fraser Health to say, what are the parameters? Can we do this or not? And we rent the hall out. I understand there's already been meetings there. OCP's been meeting there, and an all candidates meeting is going to be a table in the front with your candidates and a bunch of chairs over here. It's going to be like a meeting. The second part of that is not just that CRAB is not asking just for that. They're also asking, can we do a social? Can we have a pub night? Basically is what it's asking for, is a pub like they used to have. And I think that's totally up to the landlord before, because they're the ones that are going to be issuing the rental contract to the tenant, who would be CRAB. I think that just makes sense.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Sherry, you're back on. Would you like to, you've got some questions you want to pose?
Well, no, I think that Lisa cleared it up, that particularly to help Joe Elworthy, that we're talking about two separate events. And Lisa made that absolutely clear. Thank you.
So can you give me the delineate two separate events by virtue of?
Well, the one event is the all candidates meeting.
Okay, yeah.
And the other event would be a social night, a
Okay.
pub night
Okay. Okay,
at a later date towards Halloween.
okay. And what's on the floor right now is Councillor Clark. You've got opening a hall for the all candidates meeting?
No, Mayor Ross, I'm suggesting to open a hall on its entirely.
Okay,
That was my motion. Yeah, I started off with for all candidates meeting,
Yeah.
but then I changed. Yeah.
Okay, so what's, do you want to, let's make sure we've got your motion, so it's on the floor. please.
Yeah, to open the hall to the public.
Yeah,
Subject to Fraser Health Authority guidelines. Would
Okay.
would that make sense?
yeah, Connie, do you have that, please?
Yes, Mayor Ross, that the municipal hall be reopened to the public. Just a second. Subject to the direction of Fraser Health. Sorry, did I get that? Is that correct or not?
It would be, I don't know if it would be direction, because it wouldn't be them directing us. Rather would be subject to their guidelines. I think it
Subject
would
to
be
the
more
guide-
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, Councillor Clark. Subject to
No
the
problem.
subject to the guidelines of Fraser Health. That better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's a council decision, right? It was a council decision to close the hall, it's a council decision to reopen. But it's got to be based on their guidelines. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
And then I would need a seconder for that.
Bruce Drake, you're seconding that?
Thank you, Councillor
Okay.
Drake.
Okay. So, and Lisa, can I just check with you, is it yours and maybe Sherry's, or is it separately that, is it the belief that, that when you say the landlord, do you mean the village
Yeah,
would,
Village Hall. I was using that as a,
yeah,
you know, because it was discussed that CRAB contact Fraser Health. I don't think that's correct, because CRAB is applying to rent the hall for an all candidates meeting. CRAB is applying to putting a rental agreement with a hall, with the village of Belcarra,
okay,
to rent the hall for a function, a social in the future. And
Yeah.
so, but CRAB has to apply, has to abide by the rules of the village. The village says you got to have insurance, you got to have a liquor license, you got to do this, you got to do that. You got to follow the Fraser Health guidelines, which says yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
That's where I was coming from.
okay,
So I was just using landlord and tenant as a, because
Okay.
there is a rental contract that is signed.
okay. So,
I just didn't think it was up to the renter, whoever, if somebody was renting the hall for a birthday party or renting the hall for a wedding celebration. I don't think it's up to them to contact Fraser Health and says, hey, can I use the village hall? The village hall should say whether you could use it or not, based on the council having opened it to the public. Subject to the guidelines of Fraser Health Authority.
I just, if I may, Mayor Ross, I just want to point out it's 10:18.
Yeah.
And we still have some big items ahead
Yeah.
on the agenda.
yeah, no, I'm fine.
Thanks,
I'm
Carolyn.
fine. I'm very much in favor of this. I mean, I'm sitting in the hall and I've been here for every meeting. So I don't have any hesitation, but I do have this piece, that the piece about, and I don't know how we're gonna do it, but Paula had indicated before going the concern that they've got all election people. The only people on the office side that can do this work are also working in the election. So for them, my assumption would be CRAB would run this event on their own. that
Well,
night.
of course. Oh, absolutely. This has nothing to do with the staff. The staff doesn't run an all candidates meeting. They have nothing to do with it. The staff has nothing to do with a CRAB function, having a pub night. Staff is
Okay.
never involved in that.
Okay, good. Okay, that's fine. So we're all good then?
And
Everybody's
I'm
fine?
gonna just, through the chair to Dave, that's correct. Am I correct in saying that?
If I can speak, I would say, yes, you're correct in speaking. And if I may also mention, I hope I don't sound too flippant, but to Mr. Ellsbury, when he said about protocol, where was he for the last 3 elections? We always have a moderator. We have all the candidates invited. We set up the furniture. We do the cleanup. We do everything I think that's required. And we're prepared to do more if necessary for this event. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. and I see Joe nodding his head, so it looks like may even be more than that. You got a thumbs up. So let's get the question on the floor right now. Any further discussion? Okay, not seeing any, let's look to call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I note that it carries and it's unanimous. The ayes have it. Okay, so we are now on to I've got my report and I will move through this as quickly as I can. The mayor's report. Metro Vancouver has proposed a new regional park on Bowen Island that includes camping opportunities. Metro Vancouver plans to preserve a forested and waterfront property at Cape Roger Curtis on Bowen Island for public enjoyment as a new regional park that will incorporate both day use and overnight camping areas. They've confirmed that they have a conditional agreement to purchase 24 parcels of land on the southwest tip of Bowen Island, totaling 97 hectares that make up a new park for approximately 40 million. And the purchase agreement is in fact until spring 2023. Metrovan is currently looking for other funding partners to help acquire and develop this land. There are discussions underway with the Squamish Nation about opportunities to work together on development stewardship of this new regional park. And John McEwen, our mayor friend in Anmore, is quoted as saying, "I'm thrilled to see the potential for a new regional park that will protect the public protect the public and introduce spectacular coastal forest and beach landscapes for generations to come." And I would certainly like to acknowledge John's leadership on getting this park to this conditional agreement part. Second on my item for Metro Mayor's report was Metro Vancouver PNE Showcase. Residents were invited to learn about regional projects and services. I went down with Councillor Mia Shiada from Pitt Meadows and Mayor Mike Hurley from Burnaby. And I must say that I was impressed with the number of people at the site and being part of it. Tomorrow night is a Tri-Cities Chamber of Commerce Mayor's Barbecue, September 7th, 2022 at Riverside Community Church. Mayors from the city of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam and Port Moody, as well as the village of Anmore and Belcarra will attend. It looks like we may have a fewer number being able to attend. And I will say the Coquitlam Search and Rescue 50-year anniversary celebration is September 17th, 2022. And the Truth and Reconciliation Day is September 30th, 2022. So the next item we have is the 6.2. Oh, any questions on that from anyone? Okay, not.
Yeah,
go ahead, Councillor Snell.
Yeah, if I might, I watched the news release on Global when the $40 million Bowen Island issue came up, and that's great. I was a little appalled, to be quite honest with you, that the Parks Board can find 40 million to buy a private land on an island that one can only get to with a substandard ferry service, and yet for a fraction of that 40 million, the same Parks Board could enlarge the beach area of Sassamat Lake. They could triple the size of the beach. They could quadruple the parking lot. There's enough land there to put a slip road between Crystal Creek and a dedicated entrance to the park. Plus, of course, with the recently reclaimed Belcarra South lands, they should be putting additional parking in there for the taxpayers that have funded this whole thing, and perhaps a dedicated parking lot for those users of Jug Island Trail. So whilst this is a wonderful PR exercise and wonderful for Bowen Island, I have a suspicion that there will be a lot of kickback from the public, especially as the commitment to buy this private property on Bowen Island, the option to buy it is not the option isn't up for some time yet. So I would expect some fairly adverse commentary in the local press. That would be my only observation. Thank you.
Okay, and I would just add that it wasn't only Metro Parks, it was also the Metro Board of Directors, but I appreciate your thoughts and your feeling about that. Okay. So in regard to 6.2 Union of BC Municipalities UBCM Conference, I'll be attending that from the 12th to the 16th. And we had a recommendation that the BC Crisis Line Network has provided a request for support at UBCM Conference for their provincial 24/7 crisis line that provides life-saving crisis intervention, suicide risk assessment, and strengths-based collaborative safety planning and follow-up to vulnerable British Columbians. And so we actually had a counselor, and thank you, John Snell, for bringing this to our attention. I'll be attending, and there's a recommendation if council would like to express their support in front of them.
I will second the motion if Councillor Snell wants to make it.
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry. Yes, I move that council express their strong support for resolution EB 42, new provincial mandate and funding for 9/11. Someone would like to second that.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion with council? Any discussion with anybody from the public? Not seeing any, we'll look to call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say
Aye.
Okay, and it carries. So at this point, I will be, I'm declaring my conflict. I'm declaring a conflict of interest, and I'm recusing myself from this council meeting, noting that I am not entitled to participate in the discussion on the matter or to vote on the matter because of a direct pecuniary interest in the matter. I am a director and a member of a group wharf association and one that is subject of legal action. In addition, the Village of Belcarra applied to the Supreme Court, and the justice provided the following. Now, regarding the petition itself, I'm the view that having declared a conflict of interest in relation to Bedwell Bay Wharf Program, the report, it would be inappropriate for Mayor Jamie Ross, Councillors John Snell and Lisa Wilder to be permitted to participate, discuss and vote in any matter arising from or in relation to that report. I'm now recusing myself from the meeting, and I would look to, if possible, I would like to, at the end of the period when the question period is over with any questions that involve the OCP, I would like to come back in, and I will leave right now and wait for Connie to remove me from the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Ross has been put into the waiting room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Am I the acting mayor at this time?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Snell, you are in line.
Right, I'm host of the rest of the show. Okay, we're moving on to items 6.3 and 6.4. I'm sure the two will run together. And it concerns the OCP. It's an extremely valuable document for council to have. I think between strategic plans that council's put together at the beginning of the year, with the asset management studies and reports that we've had a short while ago, and now an OCP, these are the essential tools that council needs to move forward over the next couple of years. So over the last little while, with Councillor Clark representing council, we've had Ian Devlin as chair of the of the OCP panel. They've been working for a long, long time to put together a couple of drafts. And this evening, item 6.3, there's a recommendation that the summary of official community plan, OCP consultation, other agencies report dated 6th of September 2022 be received for information. And the second part to that is that council direct the OCP review committee and staff to bring the draft official community plan forward to the next council for bylaw readings, public hearing, and adoption. So that we are receiving information and moving it to the next stage. There are lots of processes that have to be gone through before it becomes a bylaw, lots of opportunities for the public to input, discussion, modification. This is just the first step in getting the good work of the OCP panel to the village. So I would like to, I've read the recommendation, and I would ask Councillor Clark if she would just like to carry on a little that and introduce the Ian Devlin for his report. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much, Councillor Snell. That was a great introduction. Yes, so item 6.3 and 6.4 are going to be done pretty much together. But I'd like to make some comments first before handing the floor to the chair, Ian Devlin. First, I like to say that I so appreciate like all the hard work you all did in the committee. You know, I just wish people in general understood all the work that goes behind something like this. Every committee really, but you know, but this one, you know, when you give someone like an OCP, like it's an OCP committee, there's a lot involved in this. So thank you very much for all the volunteers. Thank you for everybody that put their name forward. Thank you for everybody that served in the committee. They've been working diligently to collect feedback as well from the residents since the first draft came out. It's important to point out that, you know, we had quite a few challenges during this exercise. And I have to say, I'm really proud of the committee that, you know, we were able to overcome all those challenges. And, you know, I like to point it out too, that they were able to finish this without consultants. There's so many expertise in that committee that we didn't have to spend more money to go hire another consultant and finish this draft. So this is really appreciated. It's really appreciated by me and by a lot of people in the community too. So you saved us some money. You came up with a very good draft, something that next council will work towards it. Also like to point it out that obviously for obvious reasons, you know, there's an election coming up, and this obviously it would take about 3 to 4 meetings to pass with more public feedback as well. So there's no way we can do this on this council. So we need to put this to next council. But I believe that they have a really good document to work from. With that, I'll hand over the floor to our chair, Ian Devlin. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I guess I have prefaced my comments by saying how disappointed I am that the mayor has stepped aside, not receiving this report. Right after the committee divested themselves of a consultant that wasn't listening to us, the first decision that the committee made, and it was unanimous, was that we wanted to make sure that everybody on the council could participate in receiving our report. And therefore it was decided unanimously to remove all references and statements regarding docks and wharfs in Bedbo Bay. This was subsequently, this decision we felt was fairly obvious, because the Harbors Board has complete authority on this issue, and therefore, why was it required to be included in the Belcarra OCP? This was subsequently confirmed in a letter from the Port of Vancouver in August 25th, when they indicated that, and I think I've got it here, that they wanted the sentence, Port Fraser Port Authority issues project permits, license agreements for construction, alteration, removal and management, recreational docks, not the village of Belcarra. So I think that substantiated why the committee was correct in taking that information out. I'm sure that all 10 members of the committee are very disappointed that that we didn't achieve the objective in having all the council receiving our report. But I'm hoping that the remaining council members will stick around and accept the rest of my presentation. I think this OCP represents a milestone in the development of community as a document that recognizes Belcarra's past, present, and future. The OCP was created with substantial input from residents, including the OCP Review Committee. Process also presented an opportunity for relationship building with the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Throughout the planning process, it was clear residents wanted to strike a balance between maintaining the community character they hold dear and charting a future that considers social, environment, and financial sustainability. So Belcarra Council appointed basically an 11-member OCP committee. We held our first meeting January 26th this year, and we participated in monthly meetings since then to develop the document that we have before you. So the committee met 12 times over the planning process to share research, discuss best practices, and make recommendations on how different policy areas could be updated or included in an updated OCP. So I won't go through all the dates we had, but our committee knew when we saw the first version of the draft OCP that we were going to be in trouble with our consultant, and we're very thankful that the council rep, Councillor Carolina Clark, took decisive action immediately to deal with that issue. So the loss of the consultant for our OCP enabled our committee to proceed at a faster pace, dealing with issues that were important to the village. So I think we've had 2 sessions. You'll recall that the July 27th version of the document was out for comment. We had 26 comments from residents received at that time. Then it was decided to extend the period of comment to the August 25th date, the same date that the stakeholders had to provide us with comments. At this point, let's see, we received total 45 residents providing comments on the document. 16 of these were regarding Fair Cove and half acre lot sizes. We had 156 items of interest stated to us, which was then discussed by the committee. And I was very pleasantly surprised that we had only one committee member couldn't be in attendance of that meeting to discuss those issues. And that was because he had to go to work that day. But we had 100% of the committee at the last meeting to sit down and go through all those 156 comments and decide how they could be amalgamated into the OCP document. A few significant decisions regarding OCP had to be made. And this, I guess the most significant one was regarding the road access through to Fair Cove. And this came from Metro Vancouver. And it was quite a surprise to everybody. And it reads, the existing road through the park to Fair Cove is not an authorized access. While the private properties have enjoyed access, commercial use of the road or increased development in Fair Cove should not rely on this unauthorized access road. Metro Vancouver has previously sought clarification from the province, which stated that future development north Fair Cove would trigger a review of the reverter clause on the parcels that Metro Vancouver received through a Crown grant. Commercial use of the road is not an allowable use of park land, and we were requested by Metro Vancouver to remove that from the OCP, which we have done. So that's the first significant issue that will have to be dealt with by the new council when they start looking at the OCP. The second item, which we had a lot of discussion on, was regarding the existing lot sizes and subdivisions. And I guess one of the residents suggested that we should be actually having different zoning areas in the village of Belcarra that would reflect the condition or the sizes of the lots that are currently there. So there was decided that we would suggest our four different zones: Belcarra Bay, Whiskey Cove, and Coombe, for minimum lot size of 1/4 acre, subject to sewage disposal approval by Fraser Health Authority. Then there's the Woodhaven subdivision, a minimum lot size of 1/2 acre, subject again to sewage disposal approval by Fraser Health Authority. And Fair Cove South, minimum lot size of 1/2 acre, which they wanted, subject to Belcarra Council consulting with Metro Vancouver regarding road access prior to allowing 1/2 acre subdivision, and subject to domestic water and sewage disposal approval by Fraser Health. And the fourth zone would be Cozy Cove, Twin Islands, Fair Cove North, with a minimum lot size of 1 acre, subject to domestic water and sewage disposal approvals by Fraser Health Authority. So that, I guess, with the third item, and the one that seemed to be of most confusion to people that were writing us letters and asking for special permission for building different types of residences. We were surprised that these 5 different areas are already allowed within the existing bylaws. And so people were asking us if they could single detached homes, including small homes, duplex, triplex, and fourplex homes, homes with age-in-place amenities such as elevators, ramps, and railings, accessory suites within single detached homes, and coach houses in conjunction with single detached homes. And these are already allowed, subject to obtaining a sewage disposal approval from Fraser Health Authority. So that sort of summarizes the
Thank you. Thank you, Ian. I see Caroline, Councillor Clark, have you disappeared from the screen? But I'm aware of the time, and I wonder, before we move any further, whether we should ask for an extension to, say, 11:15, if we feel that we can. Are we getting a nod there? Are we okay moving to 11:15? If someone would like to make a motion that we extend okay, we have moved by Councillor Drake and seconded by Councillor Clark. All in favour?
Aye.
All right, there we go. So, okay, so we're good to 11:15. Okay, thank you. Just some clarification, if I might, and I'm addressing this to both Chairman Ian Devlin and Councillor Clark. We're looking here at basically 2 items, 6.3 and 6.4, and we're probably going to be merging the recommendations. We are also looking at 2 copies of a proposed OCP. And so that people can understand the difference between the 2, the first one, in fact, the cover shot is of the dock in the park, and the second cover shot is the one with the rainbow, that beautiful rainbow going up the Indian Arm. So I think when we are looking at the draft, that is the sort of, there we are. Thank you, Councillor Clark. That's yes, that's the rainbow. So that is the sum of all the comments received to date, both from individuals and stakeholders. So I think before we open up the floor for comments from the public, we obviously need, if you'd like to make a few remarks, Councillor Clark, that would be fine. And then someone needs to move that we accept the recommendations for item 6.3, item 1, and item 2, and 6.4, item 1 and item 2. So I think given the time, I think if we can move along fairly quickly, that would be great. So over to you, Councillor Clark. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Now, yeah, I think I already made my comments, and yeah, so I would like to move. I'll ask to the chair, to Connie. Connie, do we need to move those separately, or can we move 6.3 and 6.4 together?
I don't see why not. I think that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
We can, through the chair, we can do one motion and we're good.
Okay, so
the only, we could, but I think we should be reading all 4 at once, because
I can, yeah.
so should we, because although 2 of them are identical, one relates to a report on the from individuals, and the other one is from stakeholders, if you wish. So I think we can certainly, I believe, recommend 6.3, 1 and 2 and 6.4, 1 and 2 as one batch. But there'll be four distinct motions, I believe. So,
Would you like me to read the recommendations, Councillor Snell?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I like to move item 6.3, which is 1, that the summary of the official community plan consultation, other agencies report dated September 6th of 2022 be received for information, and item 2, that council direct the OCP review committee and staff to bring the draft official community plan forward to the next council for bylaw readings, public hearing, and adoption. I also would like to move with that item 6.4, which is again, 1, that the official community plan report regarding summary of residents' feedback and draft OCP with the OCP review committee edits dated September 6th of 2022 be received for information, and item number 2, that council direct the OCP review committee and staff to bring the draft official community plan forward to the next council for bylaw readings, public hearing, and adoption. Thank you. So I move that. I'm just looking for a seconder.
And seconded by Councillor Drake. Any discussion by councillors? Okay, seeing no councillors for discussion, I'll open the floor, and I see Sherry Chisholm. Sherry, please go ahead, followed by Klaus. Thank you.
Hello. I'm a little surprised, really. I feel that the group wharves in Bedwell Bay are very important in the community. And the OCP group have decided not to include them in kind of future planning because of the conflict that the present mayor has. And I guess I'm also pleased that there is an election, there'll be a new council, because I think somebody on council has to recognize just how important the docks are in this community. We don't have a lot of municipal services, and these docks allow even the upland owners to get on the waterfront and have a boat. And I think it's extremely important. And I'm amazed it's been dismissed from the OCP discussions. So I guess that's my comment.
Thank you, Sherry. Before we move to respond to that one, perhaps Klaus, you'd like to ask your question?
Yes, thank you, John. Am I heard?
Yes, you are, loud and clear.
Oh, good. First of all, I want to thank Ian and the committee for the enormous amount of work that they did. Truly an incredible amount of work in a very short time. And for those of us who've been involved in paper production over our professional lifetimes, I know how difficult managing this must have been. Ian, I want to thank you personally and on behalf of the village. A great job. I just ask a point of clarification, and that is what your clear intention is by saying forward to the next council. And I just thought you might want to give me some words as to your clear intention as to what you mean by that. And then if you have the opportunity, perhaps provide me and council the rationale for part 2 of both recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I would refer Sherry's question to Chair Devlin because I believe he was very familiar with the discussions with the port and the decisions of the OCP panel to either deal or not deal with Bedwell Bay was entirely under the control of the port, and certainly my understanding is not the village. So if Ian, you'd like to reinforce that statement, I believe you did make it clear earlier on, but maybe you should just touch on it again, and we have 20 minutes left. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, just to clarify, I think we're not trying to minimize what Sherry was indicating as the importance of but who makes the decision? It's the Port Authorities and not the Village of Belcarra. So if you want to do any work down in Bedwell Bay, your first step is to approach the port and explain to them what you want to do and provide them with all the details of what your plan is. So that's the reason that we did not include it in the OCP, because the Village of Belcarra does not make the decision.
It is my understanding that the federal
Excuse me,
government-
sorry, Sherry, thank you. Does that, let me come back and ask Councillor Clark if she would like to address the point that Klaus made regarding the motions. I think it was 6.2, was it, Klaus, or 6.2 and sorry, 6.3 item 2 and 6.4 item 2. You had a concern on that one. Perhaps you, Councillor Clark, could address that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So the first recommendation deals with the draft of the plan, as well as the comments from other agencies, so outside of Belcarra. Motion number 2 deals with the summary of residents' feedback that was provided and created by the OCP panel. And then that they are directing the OCP review committee and staff to bring the draft official community plan to the next council for bylaw reading. So there's 2 drafts in front of you. So motion number 2, it is my understanding that you're asking for draft number 2 to go to next council as well. So both motions to go to next council, because this council cannot do anything besides receive for information at this point, if that makes sense. So anything that we do on this will have to be referred to next council. So that's why you see those motions like that. And the reason why we had to separate is because we wanted to separate, make it clear, differentiate comments from outside agencies versus comments from residents, if that makes sense. So all the comments from other agencies and residents are all in these 2 items here. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Your hand can go down now, Klaus. Thank you. Sherry, you had one more point you wanted to raise.
Yes, it's my understanding that the federal government has given the local port authority the job of dealing with private docks.
That actually is incorrect, as I understand it, and I believe all the information regarding docks jurisdictions is easily found on the port website, which is frequently updated with current information.
Yes, that's the local people, the local port authority. But the federal government has given them the job to do. And if they're not fulfilling their job, then the federal government can certainly be approached. I myself have experienced that and worked that in the past.
Would you wish to comment further on that, Ian?
No, not at all. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just rather hope with the new council, they might be interested. Jim and I have had a lot of experience with the port, and as usual, I'm just full of ideas, and I would love to be part of a team that went down to the port or contacted the federal government about this, because they can't just put a stop and not deal with us.
I thank you for your contribution there, Sherry, and I noticed Councillor Clark had something to say on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point it out that right now we're dealing with the OCP. So, so it's, I guess, 2 different things. You're saying, oh, you should approach a provincial government. Yeah, okay, like that, and that's a good idea, but it would have to be, like you said, it would be the next council, and it wouldn't be the OCP approaching the provincial government. It would have to be council and staff. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'd reinforce at this point, all we are doing is receiving the reports and the comments that have been received, have been discussed, have been molded around a consensus to produce the final draft which is the one with the rainbow on the cover. And that is the one that council and the supporting material behind that, that council is receiving tonight. So I thank you, Sherry. Are there any other comments or questions from the gallery? Otherwise, we will call the question. Seeing no further hands, I would ask that. Okay, so I think we're ready to call the vote. Do we need Connie to repeat all that? No, we don't. Okay. Okay, I think we have all that. So we're asking for all in favor of the recommendations of 6.3 items 1 and 2 and 6.4 items 1 and 2. We ask that those recommendations be accepted. So
For information.
for information. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, and
Aye.
4. That
Aye.
is aye. Okay. So that is unanimous. Thank you. So I think
Bring Jamie back.
At this point we can bring Jamie back.
Actually,
don't
not-
know.
No,
Yeah.
not quite yet. You do need to continue until after, once question period is complete, then I will request that the mayor be brought back into the meeting. So we do need to continue on to item 9, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for, okay. So moving along to item 9, which are information items 9. Okay, we've got the, correspondence items. There's a recommendation that correspondence items 9.1 to 9.19 be received. Is there someone that will
So
move
moved.
that?
And second.
Okay, so that's good. Any discussion on
Was it
any of those?
Carolina?
Sorry?
Was it Carolina that moved?
Yeah.
And Wilder second? Okay, sorry.
Okay. Okay, any discussion on those? Okay, it's on the floor. I see Councillor Drake with his hand up and down. And I see,
I love that.
and I see the dashing Klaus in his bright yellow shirt with his hand up. So Klaus, the floor is yours. Go ahead, please. You have a question?
Comment.
Comment.
Yes, I've read as much as I can in the time permitted. I have read most of the correspondence in detail. I want to just voice my deep concern regarding correspondence item 9.7. I believe that this correspondence might be subject to the guidelines that council gave itself over the past year regarding propriety of the comments made in that letter. And if council wants to take further information, I would refer them to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and specifically to some of the articles after Article 3. And I think some of the words used in that letter, 9.7, may be at odds with the matter of propriety to be made. And I think council may want to reserve their acceptance of that correspondence until they have had a chance to review it in detail. And perhaps the author of that letter might want to review the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and perhaps reconsider some of the comments. I just asked for thoughtfulness. Thank you.
Thank you. We have in fact received the correspondence for information, and I note your comments and take those under advisement, and perhaps pass your comments back through staff to maybe get a further opinion on your thoughts. So thank you for raising that, Klaus. Duly noted.
John, if I could just say there's some very painful language in that letter, and I don't believe council has yet voted to accept all the correspondence for information. I think the motion is before you, but I don't believe you have yet accepted it.
Okay, are we, okay, I'm guessing, okay, we have, is there a motion then to accept some and exclude others?
But may I ask a question, Councillor Snow?
Yes.
This has already been made public. It's already in the agenda. So I don't know, I see what Klaus is saying. I understand what he's saying, but I don't know what difference that will make because it's already on the agenda. So I don't know if anybody has a
No, it's
some guidance.
Yeah, that's a tough, time-consuming dilemma we're in right now. As you say, the letter was sent to council. It's public. Everybody has read it. We have accepted it into the records. We've had an observation from the gallery that finds one of it objectionable. And we've noted that. I'm not sure what we should be doing about it. I'll take guidance on that from Councillor Drake. You have your hand up, if you wouldn't mind. You're muted.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Klaus, for the observation. In looking at the letter, I can see your point. However, the policy we have in place leaves the responsibility in this instance with our administrator. And the action of the municipality has been to place it on the public record. I don't think receiving it at this stage, in my own opinion, is receiving it at this stage doesn't endorse the letter, nor does it endorse any of the other letters that in fact we receive. I take your point. I would not have been surprised when I look at it carefully that an administrator might have precluded this letter from going into the public domain, but it has happened. And I don't think any further action on our part now should be taken. Your comments are there. This record is, of course, like all our council meetings, is a live feed, which is a recording which will be available to anyone who wishes to see it. And I take your point. However, it has been received and it has been put forward into the public domain. So I don't see any further action being appropriate now.
Thank you, Councillor Drake. Councillor Wilder, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Well, Bruce has really said what I was going to say. I was thinking it's probably, I'm sure, in the Barnacle as well. It's, I have no doubt, not that I've seen the Barnacle or anything, but it could have been moved to an action item, so we could have dealt with it, I guess. But at this point, it is a painful letter. It really is. But I think we're just receiving it. It's there. It had not been struck by our CAO or acting CAO before it came to the agenda, and I'm not sure where we could go with that. So I'm just going to let the sleeping dog lie at the moment, I guess. But it is very painful. It is got some painful language in there. Language we don't use anymore.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilder. There's a motion on the floor that the correspondence items 9.1 be and to 9.19 be received. That motion is on the floor. And
hand up to speak.
Okay, before we do, okay, Joe, I'm watching the hand ticking by.
Yes, I apologize, Councillor Snow, for that, but I do think that the importance of absolutely, this was put in gross error, right? And when something is submitted that is a gross error, such as this is, and the council recognize that it should not be there, then I would say you have a liability issue on your hands if you do not condemn that and accept that this was submitted in error, and whatever systems you have at your disposal to make sure that that is on the record, that council that regards this submission by staff as being a gross error. I'm sorry for taking up your time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that, Joe. I would make the point that the agenda and all the correspondence on the agenda is vetted by our mayor and the CAO. So it's very difficult to move too much further beyond this one. I am watching the time very closely, and this is obviously a difficult subject. And I'm asking then, I think we are obliged to receive the correspondence. Councillor Drake, you have your hand up still.
Yes, one possibility would be to, if we want to amend the motion, that we receive the correspondence and council regrets the inclusion of 9.7. I think that does the job. The point is, and I take it council does regret its inclusion, but given the circumstances and our staffing situation, I'm not at all surprised that it would go through the screening. And it's a very recent screening, I might add. We've just introduced this restriction. So I would suggest that we modify the motion.
Okay, would you like to do that?
Yeah, so I would move receipt of correspondence 9.1 to 9.19 and an expression of regret on behalf of council that 9.7 was not screened by our chief administrative officer.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Lisa. Councillor Clark. Okay, can we vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay, we ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
so that is carried. And we have about two minutes. Connie, please, guidance. We have new business and public question period. And believe Mayor Ross wanted to be back in the room for that. So do we dare extend the meeting for another 5 minutes or?
We can extend it for another 5, Mayor Snell. Yeah, because he requested that he be brought back in after public question period. Okay, so we maybe extend the meeting by 5 minutes and proceed, I guess, dutifully from there.
Yes.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. We got another 5 minutes. So
So to 11:20.
Correct.
okay, so there is no new business, and so we're moving along to public question period. We'll take questions first on items that were on the agenda. So if there's anybody has their hand up, I see Klaus again with a hand up. Thank you, Klaus. You're going to take it down or say something. Great, you took it down. And so we have no calling once, calling twice, calling 3 times. There's no members of the public with a question. That's great news. So perhaps we would move on.
Possibly that's why Jamie wants to come back in, Mayor Ross wants to come back in. Maybe he wants to be part of the public question period.
No, it was at the conclusion of the public question period.
Then we would be adjourned.
Well, if we're done at this point at public question period, if you just give me about 15 seconds, I'll be right back and we'll bring Mayor Ross back in. Okay, 1 sec.
Okay. Well, that was fun, wasn't it?
We didn't need to adjourn for
Well
another
managed.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Well
Good
managed.
job.
Really didn't need all that for the last meeting of this group.
Gotta get my dog out. He's snoring away here.
Lucky him.
We have like a symphony going on.
On my screen, Lisa, you are adjacent to Klaus, and you both just shine tonight in your yellow outfits.
Oh, I'm just like, Klaus, where's Klaus here? Oh, there, I can't see him. I can on.
Oh,
yeah.
there we go.
Oh,
Mayor
yeah.
Ross is back.
I've got
editing
Sherry,
everyone.
me,
Okay.
Connie, Drake, Dave.
Mayor Ross,
Klaus is kitty corner lower to me. Hi, Klaus. We
Mayor
match.
Ross, the floor is yours.
You're muted, Mayor Ross.
Mute.
You lose your touch when you're out of a meeting for a while. So, I understand. Are there questions for me, or is public question period over?
Yes, I think after we called for your return, Sherry Chisholm raised her hand.
And Joe Elworthy.
And Joe Elworthy has just raised his hand. So I think these would be the questions they will be fielding, that you will be needing to field. Thank you. And that's it. I am done.
Thank you for your job, acting mayor, John Snow.
And just to note that the meeting, Mayor Ross, has just been extended to 11:20. So
Okay, short answers?
yes.
4 minutes.
Yeah,
Sorry, just wanted to make sure you're aware.
Yeah, no, I'm good. So is it Sherry?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, hello, Sherry.
I'm very disappointed to find so much disapproval regarding my letter. I guess it's item 9 point something or another, 9.7, I believe.
Yes.
And I've sent many letters to this council. And I don't think I've told any lies. I spoke about how I felt. And I'm disappointed that everyone at the meeting, the councilors at the meeting, sort of trashed my letter.
No.
Yes, it's been removed as some kind of a terrible insult. I'm very disappointed, and I'm just, it's too bad you weren't part of it, Jamie. I would like to think somebody would have said, this is how she feels. I didn't use bad language.
So
I feel like I've really been gone after. And I think very unfairly.
Okay, I know I prefaced coming back with the idea that my hope would be questions that were to do with.
Well, my question is, you've never removed a letter from a council meeting before. And
Well,
what's in my letter that had to be removed?
Well, I
That's
don't
quite an
know.
insult. That
Okay,
tells me, don't write again.
well,
Very support.
I'm just saying this, if it was connected with what I recused myself, I don't believe I'm in. a
No, it's not,
position to-
not at all. It's not at all. It's about the OCP and the need for reconciliation and atonement with the natives. That's what it's about.
Okay, so I actually recused myself to not talk about anything. And so I don't want to sidestep, but I'm not in a position to do that.
No, you weren't there during the comments that were made, but they were very harmful and very hurtful. And I'm surprised that all of the elected officials went after me. I'm very disappointed. So it's probably going to be a while before you have my excellent input again, if I can't tell you, in my opinion, how I feel.
Okay, I'm gonna,
There's nothing you can do. You weren't
yeah,
here. Wait till you watch it recorded tomorrow. And you'll see that what I'm saying is correct. I was treated very badly and unnecessarily so.
Oh, okay, so I don't mean to.
So I think you've got to get on with your meeting.
Yeah, so I'll go to Joe Elworthy if I could. Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, Mayor Ross, my subtle way of putting my question to you is understanding that you were not in the meeting for a lot of what occurred and for your own legal good purposes here. but I have to just advise you, and I'm sure council will and others, and because I'm not asking for a response from you,
Yeah.
it shouldn't bother you. I have to just advise you that there was a letter that there was a part of, I know it's a new policy that men are dealing with what they deem to be appropriate in terms of good taste with regards to publishing, and the fact that there was a comment made in your absence that you in fact had reviewed the package, and therefore now perhaps it falls into your issue of having to recuse yourself, that you had in fact approved the package, and in doing so would have approved the letter that so many people found so offensive for reasons of just language which was anachronistic and archaic, quite frankly, and not in keeping with good protocols and appropriate commentary acceptable for today. No comment required for you to go. I just that you were aware that the comment was that you had vetted that package and approved the inclusion of the letter in the package.
And where did that come from? Just for my own,
That letter was the comment that you had vetted the package was from the chair who replaced you, Councillor Snell.
well, I mean, that's up to him. Okay. Okay, are we,
I think we're past our time.
okay. All right, so I guess there's,
I can move to adjourn the meeting if
yeah, I will say, no, I won't make a comment now, but I didn't review any package other than to confirm when I met with my lawyer. So anyways.
no, that's not what it was.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I may have missed whatever was said, but I do think it's.
Can I clarify? Is that all right if I jump in and clarify? It was just that you, the mayor and the CAO or acting CAO approves the agenda and all the inclusions that before the meeting that goes out. That's what it was. That the mayor and the acting CAO approved the agenda.
So which acting CAO did I work with to approve the agenda?
Was it not Paula?
No.
Or who? I don't know.
Well,
Bonnie?
I think you should go back and look at what acting CAOs do in terms of putting the agenda on. So,
Well, whoever put the agenda on, right? Doesn't the mayor approve the agenda?
well, I think you should go back and look at what it says for what will be provided. Okay?
Yeah. We can clear that.
Yeah. Okay. Motion to adjourn then.
So moved.
I think I've got Councillor Clark and Councillor Wilder, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your
Aye.
hand, say aye.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks for
Bye,
all your work.
everybody.
All right. Good night.
Good night.